Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you to the regular council meeting for Monday, April 4th, 2016. First item of business would be to call the regular meeting to order. And I'd like to recognize the fact that we're holding this meeting on the traditional territory of the Nanaimo First Nations. Introduction of late items. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Worship. On the addendum, there are a few things to point out. The first is, in addition to March 30th, downtown fire, a thanks and acknowledgement to the first responders. 7A, you'll note that there were 3 delegations. One of them can't make it tonight. She's ill, and that is Ms. Pam Agnew. But the other 2, Mr. Dominic Jones and Mr. Matthew O'Donnell, are still prepared to speak to item 7A. I'd like to add a new item, and I'm recommending that it be added just before the council policies. So after the minutes, after the mayor's report, but before you get into council policies. It's titled Port Theatre Society Proposed Motion for Community Performing Arts Project. And I believe you have an additional one, Your Worship.
That's correct. Thank you. I would like to add to the agenda a council approval of Mayor's Caucus expense, travel expense.
14A, under other business, Your Worship.
Other business, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other items, Council? Seeing none, call for the motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Councillor Hong, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. I would like to, at this time, give some thanks. Last week we had a devastating fire in downtown Nanaimo, and it was devastating to the building owners and the tenants and the businesses struggling to continue with their businesses. It was a difficult fire to fight almost from the beginning. Firefighters had to go into a defensive mode early, but ever mindful of the surrounding buildings, and as witnessed by a significant explosion that could have been serious to the public had they not kept us safe. I wish to say special thanks to Nanaimo Fire and Rescue, and tonight in attendance we have Assistant Captain Mike Rispin, we have the Emergency Program Manager Karen Lindsay, and Acting Fire Chief Martin Drakely. I also want to thank each and every, and I wish to do this on behalf of Council, thank each and every regular firefighter, those who were on scene, and those who came in on their days off to cover the 4 empty halls that were left due to this 4-alarm blaze. And all the paid-on-call firefighters who also assisted in this very, very difficult fire. I would like now for Captain Rispin, Karen Lindsay, and Assistant Fire Chief Martin Drakely to come up to Council, and we'd like to shake your hands.
Your Worship, I just got to say that I ate some crow on the fire the morning after. The night before I was out walking with my wife and I happened to see a fire truck and they were driving on a beautiful sunny day, and of course my typical nature, I said to the fire captain in the truck, I said, oh, it'd be nice to have a high paying job where you can just drive around all day in this beautiful truck. And then the next night the same Captain Rispin, I saw him the morning after the fire when he came back after fighting for 12 or 13. I think it was about 9 in the morning. He was leaving after his 12-hour shift, and I had to eat some crow because there was no driving around in a nice truck that night. They worked hard, and I'll eat some crow on that one, the boys on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. I also wanted to say that the following day at our media conference, I met Miss Lindsay, and she'd been up for about 27 hours at that point. And I know that many of them were. I also want to say, in addition to our first responders, that we need to thank all of those in the BC Ambulance Service who attended the scene. Public Works employees who did that dirty job of cleaning up and ensuring that the catch basins were all clean. The Nanaimo Port Authority employees that also monitored the water that was going into the harbor at the boat basin. All the security personnel, RCMP, and our investigative branch. I also want to say a special shout out to the unsung heroes, which included Thrifty Foods for supplying sandwiches and drinks to the firefighters, and the Vault Cafe for them doing the same, and for them providing a place of refuge for the firefighters that were working on that terrible blaze. I also want to say to the community, to all of those who are currently organizing help, be it fundraisers, being offers of space for people to work in, and any other assistance to the businesses and the people that were involved that lost everything in that fire. Thank you to you all. Thank you. Next item. That's where we're going to go to the Port Theatre motion, is it?
After the minutes, Your Worship.
Great, thank you. So.
Move adoption of the minutes, both A, B, C, and D. Second.
Seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Now,
so, Your Worship, this agenda item was on the in-camera agenda about a month ago when the Port Theatre was exploring different ways to build the addition, and at that time, because of the proposal and the potential investor, it was addressed in camera. You had tabled that and deliberated on it a few weeks after that, and recommitted to the funding for the Port Theatre. However, the text of that motion proved problematic for the Port Theatre Society to go fundraise with the different levels of government because they need to attach certified copies of the motion. So the verbiage that was approved by council was problematic. We had a meeting with them. I invited them to table some language that would work with their funders. That's the language that you have in front of you now. It's consistent with your deliberations. And I invite you to consider rescinding the previous motion and replacing it with this.
I will so move.
I'll second it.
seconded? So that's for both the rescinding and for this motion? Councillor Bestwick?
Yes.
Thank you. So,
Yeah.
yes, sir, or ma'am.
Public.
Yep.
This was on the in-camera agenda this evening, and because it didn't qualify for the in-camera, because the investor portion of it was no longer tied to it, council decided to place it on this agenda as a late item. But because this has been delayed for about a month and they're wanting to get their applications off, it's been introduced as a late item this evening. So this is the text that's being provided to the public at this time.
Point of order, could you address the chair and
Yeah.
roll?
Yeah, sorry.
May I speak to this item when it does come up, since this is the first notice that we've had?
So, Your Worship, if I may, this motion is originates from an existing motion that exists on the books for the city. In fact, council doesn't actually have to reconfirm its commitments. It could let the old motion stand, but because of the investor that came forward and some of the things that they were coming with, mayor and council thought that they'd add some more particulars around the funding and conditions for providing this additional funding. So that's how it evolved from a more simplistic clause that I think, or motion that said the $4.6 million is the original one. I don't actually have the report in front of me, so I'm not able to go into any more detail than that.
Okay, so that would require, to hear a delegation, that would require a motion of council?
Yes, Your Worship, it's certainly within your authority if you wish to seek anybody who wishes to speak from the audience.
Okay, so then we would be required to table this item and then hear the motion for the delegations and then,
Can be in either
Sir,
order.
I didn't catch a seconder, so the motion actually hasn't been brought to the floor at this time. If you want to just continue.
yes, there was a
I
second.
apologize. Okay, it is on the floor then. So you could table it then. Yep.
Okay, so I'd like to table this item and then put the question to council with respect to hearing delegations. So, motion to table. Moved by Councillor Kipp, seconded by Councillor Bestwick. Any discussion on the tabling motion? None. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Note that Councillor Brennan was opposed. Any other councillors opposed? No, thank you. All right, so then the next, so now we'll go to the question with respect to hearing delegations. Do we have a mover for a motion to hear delegations? Moved by Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Fuller. Any discussion on the motion to hear delegations? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Opposed, Councillor Brandon.
Councillor Brennan is opposed. Thank you. All right. So, anyone wishing to speak to this motion, the proposed motion of the Port Theatre Society Community Performing Arts Centre project?
Evening, Council. My name is Tim McGrath. This is the first the taxpayers have heard about this proposal coming forward. We knew it would eventually. A group of concerned citizens that would like to make a proper presentation. For that reason, because we haven't been given a fair opportunity, we would like to see this postponed this evening so that we can put a proper presentation before you pass this.
Thank you. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
I understand the pertinence of us bringing this forward. We believed it wasn't supposed to be in camera, so we brought it forward as quick as we could. And I know they're looking to try and get their funding. How much time would you need to put together something on this? It's in opposition, I understand, but how long would it take you to put something together?
I would be happy to be back in front of you in another week if I have to. Prep. 1 week is adequate.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions for the delegation? Councillor Pratt? No? Okay.
Move receipt of the delegation.
Move receipt. Seconded by Councillor Yoakum. Thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Brennan.
This motion is essentially the same as the motion that was passed last, I'm going to make this up, fall, spring, when we were really hopeful that there would be federal funds available that the port could pursue and funds that the city could pursue. Things shifted and changed. There's a new government. The funders were less impressed with the city's cohesion, I think, at that time, and asked us to wait some and see if we could find some more cohesion in the community around this. I think that we showed that in the earlier time when we met with the cultural and heritage organizations here in this building. This, I think, amounts to virtually the same as the earlier one that we passed. I think the only difference is that there is some more funds available now that could be accessed. And so I'd really like to see us get on this. I think this was thoroughly and adequately debated earlier last spring, or I really can't remember, spring, summer, early fall. And so I think we're ready to do this, and I think that it's the same intent as we had previously.
Thank you. I have a number of speakers here. Do you wish to speak with respect to the delegation that's been dealt with? We've got a tabled motion, so we'll have to lift that from the table. Motion to lift from the table.
There's handouts.
Oh, sir. please.
Do you want me to answer Councillor Brennan's question? No?
I would.
Ms. Hammer.
No, we'll wait for the delegation. I'll
Okay.
answer
Thank
it.
you. Sir.
Hi there. My name is Matthew O'Donnell. I live at 833 Jordan Avenue in Nanaimo. I wasn't aware that this would be brought up as well. So I would just like to, as another private citizen of Nanaimo, like to echo what Mr. McGrath said and kindly and respectfully ask that it possibly be put off so I can also present a proper presentation in the future about this.
Thank you. Any questions for the delegation? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Any other persons wishing to speak to this item on the agenda? Sir.
Robert Fuller, 3350 Hammond Bay Road. I would also like to ask council to put this off for another week or two so that I may talk on this issue as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council for the delegation? Thank you. Maybe we do both. Sure.
Ron Boland, 3165. Judgment on this case, the differences between the statement shown here and the original have been said to be the same. But obviously, the proponent didn't believe it was the same because they have some changes. So until those changes are fully understood, I think it would be unfortunate to make a decision in this case, particularly when it would only take 1 week. There next door. Other parties to put something together on this. It doesn't look good, gentlemen. Things that don't look good in the city. Thank you.
Sir.
Dominic Jones, 6529 Groveland. The way that this matter is coming forward as a late item doesn't meet your procedure bylaws. Same thing happened last week. What I suggest is if you do decide that you want to deal with this matter now, that you suspend your rules, Section 49 of the procedure bylaw, and that you determine whether this is a matter of significant concern that needs to be dealt with now. Because if you proceed, as you did last week, any decision you make here is subject to, or is vulnerable to be set aside on review. Thank you.
Question for the delegation.
Mr. Jones, you understand the process quite, I understand you understand it well. So we were in camera, and we determined at that point that this should have not been in camera. This, in fact, was discussed, I believe, how many months ago? Can staff tell me? This was open discussions about this months ago. The proponent came to us with what they proposed was an in-camera issue. We had dealt with that issue because it was a funding issue, so it was a land litigation and a cost issue internally. Then when this came back to us in this report that we have in front of us today, when it came back to in camera, we made a determination at that point that it should not be in camera and chose to rise and report immediately. That was today. That came out of today's meeting when we determined hours ago that it didn't meet the test of in camera. That's why we wanted to get it to the table as soon as possible. I do agree maybe with the 4 other speakers that to put this off for time and leave it as a notice for now would facilitate all of the policy.
If you wish to deal with it now, you can deal with it now, or you can delay it. What I'm saying is that if you want
We
to
should
deal with
suspend the section. Yeah.
suspend the rules temporarily so that you can deal with this matter. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this matter? Seeing none? Thank you. Delegations. Seconded by Councillor Fuller. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. So the item has been tabled. We've got, I would suggest if we want to defer it to another day, we would have to lift it from the
Can I
table.
please answer the questions? I think there's a number of questions that actually need to be addressed in statements. So the first thing is that council already has a motion that has been passed in an open meeting that commits to give the Port Theatre $4.6 million after they have raised $8.6 million. That is a valid motion that has been on the books, I don't know, a year or two. I'm not sure when it was passed, but that motion exists. They came back and asked to change that, the trigger threshold, and you considered that in camera. At the conclusion of that, recommendations came from staff to put more rigor around the conditions on which trigger your obligation to give them $4.6 million. This motion is not the same as the one you passed, but it made it more onerous on the Port Theatre to do more things and make more efforts to raise more money. And if they're ultimately successful in raising $15, $20 million in the community, that they pay back 100% of the money that council is going to give them. So you can consider this motion now or later. That's totally up to you. But what exists right now is a motion that obligates the city to fund them $4.6 million the moment they raise the $8.6 million. So I suppose the reason why this was being brought forward is they want to go forward to those funders. So in the absence of a motion, oh, we've got a problem. There is a motion on this that is being asked to be revised. So you have a second motion on the books now that looks different but reads in the same sense as that we didn't move forward to rise and report on. So you now have two motions on the books. The original low trigger threshold of a flat-out commitment to fund, and one that is in construct very similar to that, where you're saying you need to be 100% committed to fundraise as much as you can. We want you to raise more than the cost of the project. I'm not sure if that's in the public domain. And when you earn more, you'll reimburse the city as much as you possibly can of the $4.6 million. So you have not risen in report, but as a result of this conversation and me having to answer those questions, that has now been put out into the public domain. And this is the second motion that's in front of you. So it is a revision of the second motion. So to the public, motion number 1 has been on the books to raise money. Number 2, in camera. After deliberations, council wanted to put more structure and rigor around the obligation to fund. They did so. That was problematic for the Port Theatre in raising their funds, because the way it was written was saying you have to raise 100% of the funding, and when you attach that motion to a funder, they wouldn't even consider you for that, which is why they were invited to give an alternative version of what that is. So what's before council is you have two motions that you're going to have to deal with eventually. You have your Port Theatre telling you they need to have something sooner rather than later so they can go fundraise. In terms of procedure, while we have the procedure bylaw, and I'm sure I'm going to be responding to this later, at times council is not in strict compliance from a legal review. Council at any time under common law can, by motion, amend the agenda in the way that they see fit to do business. That's the legal advice that we got. I'll respond to that later on the other sets of issues that come forward from the public. So that is some of the challenges of moving things out from in-camera to open with the timeframes that they're working in. I totally support this coming out and being dealt with in open. It just proves problematic because you have two motions on the books right now.
Thank you. So, for further discussion, we'll require lifting it from the table. All right, motion to lift from the table. Councillor Brennan? Seconder?
Yeah, I think Bill did.
Yep. Councillor Pratt? All those in favour to lift from the table? Opposed? Motion carries. So it's back on the floor. So the next speaker was Councillor Brennan. Are you, or was that from the last? Okay, so the next one in the queue is Councillor Fuller.
I'm really glad we made the decision to allow people to come up and speak. I think it might have been far simpler if we said, hey, can we get a raise of hands to see how many would like us to bring this back in 2 weeks? Could have saved us all some time, but we didn't do that. Councillor Brennan says this is essentially the same. It's virtually the same. Both of those words do not mean it is the same. So it is a new motion. Whether it's essentially or virtually a new motion, it is a new motion. More rigor or conditions on conditions and making it more onerous. Well, that's what we do sometimes. And, I'm going to support if someone does make the motion to bring this back in 2 weeks. I will definitely support that because it will give people time to talk. The Port Theatre Society may not like it, but that's what happens when you go through processes of governance. And so I'm quite happy to have this come back in a couple of weeks.
Thank you, Councillor Pratt.
Thank you. This is a question to staff. I understand that there are some deadlines that have to be met by the Port Theatre in regard to the funding, and I'm wondering if you're aware of what those are.
No, because the federal government hasn't published all of its guidelines for the new funding, so those haven't been set. But what you guys still need to tackle, though, is even though this is rewritten from the motion you guys adopted a month ago, this is the motion that exists side by side of the other one that just says, just raise this much and we'll give you that. You guys added that rigor around it and you've already passed and adopted that. So I guess if you're bringing this back, you're going to be putting all three motions. Are you going to be rescinding the first one, the second one, and replacing it with this? How do you guys want to proceed? From an interpretation standpoint, the last one that you passed in camera probably supersedes and repeals the previous one. So perhaps that's off the table. I'm trying to problem solve in the interim. I don't think I can recommend rescinding the other one that you've passed, so.
This would replace that other one.
Yeah.
Thank you. I am in favor of moving forward with this motion. I know that there are timelines that are fairly stringent in terms of the funding. As I am like Ms. Summer, I'm not absolutely sure of what the dates are. I know there is some urgency around it. I don't see any problem with this. It really does put more onus on the Port Theatre. I think that is good for the city. And I would like to move forward with it, so I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. If I might just try to provide some clarity and a time frame. It was plus or minus 2 years ago that the Port Theatre came to us and asked for funding for their rehearsal hall in the amount of $4.6 million, which was conditional upon them raising $8.6 million. And that triggered our automatic contribution of $4.6 million. Approximately a year after that, or a year ago, the Port Theatre management and chair, I believe, of the Port came to us at the SARC building and indicated that their fundraising was not proving to be successful and that they wanted to put it in a placeholder position. And they did the respectful and honorable thing to come and tell us that they weren't being as successful as they originally anticipated. Which we applauded them for. Fast forward a year to about a month ago, and we find ourselves or 2 months ago, where they hoped or thought that they had an arrangement in a funding mechanism with a private business person to make contributions, which I'm not obviously at liberty to discuss, but and then that we went away with that information and we didn't support that, as it were. And here we are with, I believe, in concurrence with our city manager that these 3 items that we have in front of us right now do provide us with more protection, and they are more stringent as it relates to the manner in which the original one a couple of years ago looked like and how it's morphed into this one. I'm really impartial to whether or not we wait a week or 2 weeks or whether we vote on it tonight. I'm not certain that there's a great deal that will change. I realize that I have to be open-minded, but given the fact that a couple of years ago we did agree to this, very, very similar to what we have in front of us, only I think we're better protected now, it would be hard for me not to proceed with what we have in front of us tonight. So I hope that helps a little bit.
Thank you. Councillor Kipp.
No, I'm fine with it. Well, I'm not in favor of going forward now. The public would like to see it. I'm quite happy to table it for a while.
Thank you. Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. So most of the questions that I have were answered. I recall this was just before we started our term, this motion, and then we made a couple amendments, and here we are tonight with this. I do like that it's, I want to say the word protected, but safeguards the city and ensures the diligence and whatnot. So we're basically committed whether this motion or not this motion. Is that right, Ms. Samra?
You have 2 motions that have committed this funding, but ultimately you can decide what you're going to do as a council.
Exactly. Obviously, with councils before suggested it was a good project, and if they can raise the 12 million plus, or someone mentioned 20 million, that's great. And at this point, too, I'm open to hearing the delegates, whether it's next week at committee of the whole or the following week. But also, at the same time, I don't want to be holding up the proposal writing. So I'll leave it at that. But I look forward to the vote. But I do, I like the project. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
No, it's just stuck on there.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you, Chair. This actually does change it a bit. It does actually add a bit more protection to the city, where we actually added the 60% of financing required, because I think we're kidding ourselves when we looked at prices 2-3 years ago compared to the prices that we are now. So I would applaud them if they actually get this done for the 12-point-ish million that they expect. But adding the 60% of financing required to complete the project wasn't on the previous motions of 2 years ago, so that's a nice thing. I don't have a problem with the actual motion here. I think some of the delegations have brought up a concern. I wish we had this delegation bring up this concern that we had last week, that we can actually give them an extra week to think about this. You know, we are trying to be transparent. I'm very happy that this wasn't done in camera, that the public can see us deliberate these, but giving them the notice that they need to prepare for a presentation is the democratic process, and our job, you know, unless we're told that funding has a deadline for this week and that this needs to pass for us to do this in the committee of the whole next week, where the public can have an input, is good governance. And I would support the tabling it for a week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I also appreciate the concerns of members of the public who are here. However, I would be in favor of moving ahead with this motion tonight. The city has already agreed to support the Port Theatre in the terms expressed. And as several people have pointed out, all this revised motion does is provide more protection to the city so that we are not left on the hook, which was a concern before. This is an improvement, to my mind, to the previous motion, and I'm quite ready to proceed with it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foy.
I totally agree. It's a good motion. It's way more stringent, and in likelihood will pass when it comes forward. If it's brought forward tonight, I will not support it simply on the basis that the public have not had a chance to look at this, and there is no rush to get this forward. The federal government hasn't come out with their directives on what can be funded, how to go after that funding, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if this sits for a week, it should be fine. Who knows when they do come out with their whatever it is they're going to come out with, this thing may not even qualify for it. So, at least if we wait a week, the public gets their say, the motion's great, we can all pass it in good faith that we gave the public a chance to look at it. It's not like the ones we brought up at the last meeting. Those I saw an importance to being heard right away, and I believe our procedure bylaw allowed for us to do it. That's going to be talked about next, so I'm not even going to go there right now. But I totally think we can wait for a week.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Just a question to staff, please. Will this, should this item not proceed this evening, will it be on next Monday's agenda?
Yes, as an addendum, we'll be adding it. Or haven't we published already?
We haven't published. We could add it first thing tomorrow morning. The alternative is on the 18th, because on the 11th we'll be in the SARC building, and on the 18th we'll be in this building.
And my second question then, so assumedly it's on the 11th, or whatever next Monday is, and then you can provide me confirmation that there's no sense of urgency as it relates to submissions of any funding requests?
I can't verify that either way. That's outside of the knowledge I possess at this time. I don't think you can. Well, we don't know yet. Okay. So,
thank you.
And I guess the consequence of that then is the motion you passed in camera stands and remains on the books. I could read that out for you guys if you want, or not. So the agenda, and I guess if you're going to do that, it'll be a replacement. I don't know if you're then putting as an agenda item then whether or not council should be funding this project. And the dollar amounts, I will have to generate a report on that for you as well. That'll be later as well.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Well, I feel like the hole is getting deeper with another motion to be provided to us on top of what we're. So this motion right here is the one that's on the floor.
Yeah.
Right here, right now, and it's different than the one that we're sitting on. So, and the community feels as though they haven't necessarily been given enough notice of either motion necessarily. I'm not agreeing. I'm just, so I've been convinced that we should wait a week.
Thank you. There's actually two motions on the floor, Mike, if I'm correct. The motion reads to suspend or rescind the previous motion and approve this motion. Am I correct?
The whole thing gets.
Yes, Your Worship. It's one motion. It just contains both items. So if council wanted to postpone, then a motion could be to postpone this item to the April 11th Committee of the Whole meeting. And I look at the city manager because if there's going to be another report, there would be time, but it come out on the addendum instead. Nevertheless, a motion to postpone for the 11th is up for council consideration.
Right. So for a more complete and thorough report and proper notice, the 18th would be the day. As it stands right now, the most expedient would be the 11th. So I'd leave it to council for consideration as to which one they would like to move. Councillor Yoakum.
I would just recommend 18th then, for the simple fact I've heard no glaring we need this and that but done by this date. So whatever the wording motion is, I'll leave it to Mr. Jackson, but I would suggest 18th. That way the public can get their PowerPoints and whatnot ready and go from there. That's just a recommendation.
So defer this item to the 18th, complete with a staff report.
Yep.
Great, thank you. Is there a seconder?
Your
Seconded
Worship,
by Councilor Best.
just to clarify, that is, the actual term is postpone.
Postpone.
I know I'm getting nerdy on you here, but that council postponed consideration to the council meeting of April the 18th.
Sure.
Okay.
And the motion should have in there that there be a staff report that outlines the differences between what's on the books now, what we're rescinding, and what the new motion would be.
It's not in right now, but I think that's understood. You could add it to the motion if you so choose.
Okay. Well, the staff report will look at a number of things. One is, do you even want to do this? What amount of investment do you want to do in it? And I guess that'll be in the context of your capital project setting and priority. So this sort of reopens it. That's fine. We can do that for you. It'll go alongside of the other list of capital priority projects that you have. And we'll have both of the motions, all three of them side by side, so people can compare and contrast them.
That'd be great. Thank you very much. Any further discussion on the motion to postpone? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Thorpe opposed. Motion carries. Councillor Thorpe and Councillor Brennan opposed. Next item, number 7A, which is council policies. The purpose is to provide council with a new council spending and amenities policy and governance protocol policy and next steps regarding further policy work. Now, normally it would be we would hear the delegations first. However, I believe Ms. Samra would like to address this first or address the questions of the delegations.
I think we should follow the normal process, although the report was supposed to attach, as we're going to have it as up on the screen, the list of all the policies and procedures that the city has. There's only a very small fraction of them that are listed on the website, and the purpose of the report is to outline exactly where we are and refresh your memory on the Watson report. But I think it's probably more useful to hear the presentations first, so we can answer in our presentation in response to that fully to the concerns raised.
Thank you. Seeing that we have two delegations, first one being Mr. Dominic Jones. I'm not sure if you gave us your name, your address at the outset.
Have it again. It's Dominic Jones, 6529 Groveland. I'd like to thank you, Your Worship, and Council for giving us this opportunity to speak to these two policies that were dealt with at the prior meeting. I'm here to ask Council to not accept the report and to send both policies back to staff, asking that, one, a new bylaw be drafted for council remuneration and expenses with a supporting report justifying the recommendations. And two, a report be provided explaining why council should adopt a portfolio system and explaining in detail how that will work. My reasons for this are four main points. First of all, the method by which Council adopted these policies does not comply with Council's procedure bylaw. I've explained why in my letter to Council, so I won't go into details again. However, the irregular method of enactment of these policies makes them vulnerable to being set aside on review. Due to the irregular method of enactment, the public was denied opportunity to review, understand, and formulate opinions, and then provide input to Council on these policies prior to Council dealing with them. This is particularly egregious given that one policy gives councillors a pay increase and the other commits Council to adopting a new system of governance that has not yet been defined, but which in other communities has had extremely negative consequences. Both of these policies have been rushed and as a result are of a poor quality. Here are some examples of what I want to refer to. Quality. There is no estimate provided for the financial impacts of either the governance protocol or the council spending policy. We know that $9,512 will go towards council pay increases for the acting mayor duties. But what are the additional costs for this new shadow mayor function councillors have given themselves? What are the costs for extra plane fares, for extra mileage, extra meals, extra hotels, extra per diems? It's duplication of work, and it comes at a price to taxpayers. The spending policy is unclear, it's vague, it's not transparent, and accountability is uncertain. The council's spending policy says council may pay individual councillors legal costs on a matter arising from a decision of council. What does that mean? Does it mean that if a councillor is accused of abuse of office, gross negligence, or some other wrongdoing, that we, the taxpayers, will pay their bills even if they are found to be in the wrong? And most importantly, how does this policy jibe with council's indemnity bylaw? Does the new policy take precedence over the indemnity bylaw? This is a question of critical importance to the city and for councillors. Are councillors now at the mercy of their fellow councillors when it comes to whether or not the city will defend them in an action related to their work as a councillor? Also on legal costs, previously the amount available to councillors for conflict of interest opinions without council approval was capped at $3,000. Now there is no cap stated. How is that responsible? Another example of vagueness is that there is no annual limit set for councillors' training and development. There's no information on this at all. That's not responsible policy making. Spending policy requires the financial officer to create a quarterly accounting report of elected official spending, but it doesn't stipulate if that report will be made public and where, if it is, it will be published. Another reason for these that illustrates the vagueness of these policies is that there's no comparison of council's expenses and perks to other cities. Do other cities have policies in place to pay councillors' legal costs for conflict of interest opinions, or do they view those as councillors' own responsibility? These policies on legal costs for councillors seem vulnerable to being set aside on review. Another example is the internet allowance. How much is this? It appears to be that the city pays 100% of councillors' access to home. So if councillors and their families are binge watching House of Cards in HD on their home internet, we, the taxpayers, are paying. And why are we paying it anyway? 30% of your pay is tax-free in recognition of such costs. Yet the internet allowance is also tax-free. Other cities do not provide this. There is also some sloppiness in the drafting of these documents. For instance, they refer to the acting mayor doing things like approving expenses of the mayor and councillors and attending meetings with the mayor. The problem with this is that under the legislation, there is no acting mayor when the mayor is available. The person designated as acting mayor for a period is just a councillor and has none of the mayor's powers when the mayor is available. This could leave expense approvals invalid on review. The protocol commits council to a portfolio system that hasn't even been defined yet. We need to have a discussion about that because it's not what the public voted for. No one voted for full-time councillors or a working council. Too much has been done behind the scenes. According to statements at the last council meeting, the portfolios have been in the works for 2 months, but the first the public heard about them was in a news release, and then again in the governance protocol that was presented last week. But there are no details, and the descriptions of this system conflict. In the news release on March 16th, the intention was described as greater interaction with council and management. But in the governance protocol, it is described as, and I quote, interactions with residents and others. So one is internal and the other is external. Which one is it? Is it internal or external, or is it both? What concerns me greatly is that there's no clear definition of what the portfolio system entails, yet Council has committed itself to implement it without any public input. There is a great and dangerous risk that this portfolio system will lead to a politicization of services and administrative decisions. My neighborhood's request to the Parks Department for upgrades to a park receive a favorable review now that I am here complaining to Council? Or will projects and initiatives be approved because of the interference by a councillor who believes doing so will win him or her votes in the next election? These are serious concerns that have occurred in other communities that have become entangled in administrative matters on a day-to-day basis. So to summarize, these policies were not adopted according to the process outlined in Council's procedure bylaw, and so were not properly adopted. They are therefore vulnerable to being set aside on review. The contents of these two policies require more careful consideration of the costs, legal conflicts, opportunity for public input, benchmarking to other cities, and clarity around the portfolio system. There is so much wrong that they are vulnerable to being set aside on review for their contents alone. I am asking Council to reject the staff report on the grounds that it contains an error in fact, and recognizing that both policies were not properly adopted by Council at its last meeting. I'm asking you to ask staff to recommend a new bylaw for Council remuneration and expenses with a supporting report that justifies the recommendations, and to ask staff to provide a report explaining why Council should adopt a portfolio system and explaining in detail how that will work. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't see any questions for you, sir. The next delegation is Mr. Matthew O'Donnell.
Hi there, my name is Matthew O'Donnell. I'm just going to have to read off my iPhone because my book with my prepared words disappeared. So I had to redo this about an hour ago, and hopefully it makes sense. We'll see. So I live at 833 Jordan Avenue, and I would just like to begin by stating that I have the utmost respect for everyone sitting at this table. Each and every one of you were elected by the citizens of Nanaimo to govern this city and lead by example. Your job can be difficult and is often thankless, and although I may not always agree with the decisions or policies of an individual councillor or mayor or council as a whole, I have respect for the men and the women who are elected to office as well as the positions that they presently hold. With that said, this respect that I speak of must be mutual. Our elected officials must respect and hear the voice of the public at all times, regardless of whether or not it will sway their vote, regardless of whether or not it falls in line with government policies. The public's voice must be respected, no exceptions. 2 weeks ago, when Nanaimo City Council voted to give themselves each an $1,100 pay raise to assume some of the roles and responsibilities of our elected mayor, they did not allow the opportunity for the public to speak in support or in opposition to their self-appointed raise in pay. Normally, when the issue of pay raises for city councillors come up, it is done by the previously elected council at the end of their term. While it's not a perfect setup, there is at least some transparency to it, in the sense of you're not giving yourselves a direct pay raise. When this happens, the public has plenty of notice to read the agenda item, register as a delegation, prepare their remarks, and approach this council. Yet 2 weeks ago, as a result of Nanaimo's current bi-monthly political scandal that gets us embarrassing national news, council thought fit to give themselves raises in pay for all the extra work that they're doing. And in the midst of all this craziness, this council forgot about giving the general public ample time or notice to voice their opinions about council giving themselves raises. Now, before I continue, the optimist in me believes that there was no ill intent when it came to passing this raise. I don't believe that there's any scandalous plotting or secret conspiracy going on yet, but what I believe to have happened was simply just a massive oversight. I truly don't believe that the issue of public input even crossed the minds of this council, and if it did, they certainly didn't let us know. Simply put, as a private citizen, I feel that the public's voice has been taken for granted here. And I also feel that it can be rectified tonight by rescinding simply the pay raise, putting it through the proper process, allow for public input, and then vote on it accordingly. While I fully understand the concept of asking for forgiveness rather than permission, and I feel that this would be an easy card for all of you to pull if you wanted to, I believe that the only way this council can preach about transparency in government to other individuals or groups is to practice what you preach and be a transparent government yourselves. No exceptions, and this cannot be an exception. If you truly care about transparent government, which I believe that you all do, then rescind your $1,100 pay raise tonight and put it through the proper processes, allowing for the public to provide their input in support or in opposition to, and then vote on it. That is the only transparent option, and quite frankly, over the years, I've seen council reconsider much less important motions. So there's precedence here, I guess is what I'm trying to say here. Furthermore, I am also calling on council to conduct an independent investigation into whatever allegations have been made that warrant an elected mayor to have his roles and responsibilities limited by less than 10 people and for council to get a pay raise. And whatever information that comes out of that investigation, council needs to then take and hold anyone guilty of any wrongdoing accountable in public. I will also say, because this is related, that it does kind of amaze me that this council is able to limit powers of an elected mayor for better or for worse, to call for him to resign for better or for worse, and to give themselves pay raises, yet at the same time they don't have any inkling to provide any explanation or reason as to why they're doing it other than it's really, really bad, trust us. That excuse doesn't work anymore for the citizens of Nanaimo. And some of you are sitting at this table and were elected for that exact reason. We don't buy that anymore for anybody. And I would hope that you would all respect that. If this council wishes to make drastic changes and limit responsibilities to the mayor, then just be straight goods about it with the public and just be out with it. The media, the general public, and quite frankly, the people sitting at this table, I feel, are distracted by all of this drama. And you were so distracted that you forgot to hear public input on giving yourselves $1,100 pay raises. One more thing, and just because I do want to try to use as much time as I have, another way you can look at this, you've been about a year and a half into your term, so basically the $1,100 pay raise that you all voted to give yourselves, that works out to be about $20,000 by the end of your term. And I mean, we're hearing a lot of controversies in the newspaper and whatnot about $20,000 in transparency in government. Well, yeah, if you take $1,100...
That's a year.
Yeah, it's per year. How many years do you have left in your council?
2 left.
Okay, multiply that by how many councillors are sitting at this table. Oh, well, my apologies, but the point remains the same, though.
No, you weren't informed.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say it, but you are correct, Councillor Kemp. So again, like I said, I know it sounds a little bit drastic and whatnot, but what I am respectfully asking this council to do is to, tonight, I'm not talking about the portfolio system. I think that with or without all this drama, I think the portfolio system is actually a good way to govern, and I applaud you all for coming up with that idea. What I don't applaud you is for giving yourselves $1,100 pay raises, and I really feel that this can be rescinded tonight. Put it back through the proper process, let the public have their say in support or in opposition, and move along with business. But I feel that, like I said, the public, I don't want to ramble anymore, but I do feel that the public's voice has been definitely taken for granted here, and I think that needs to be rectified. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for the delegation, Councillor Hong?
Thank you, Matt. Have you read today's agenda?
The amended agenda or the full
No,
agenda?
the white one that was out, published.
Yes, I have.
Do we have anybody in here with regards to this information report that says acting mayor's pay rate? So do we have anybody that signed up as a delegation to talk about this today? Because I think if you want us to rescind this, it'll be in the exact same piece of paper that's going to show up the next week. And if I don't see anybody this week requesting to speak about the pay raise, that's already on here. So we didn't hide it this week.
Well, that's kind of
that's what I'm saying. You asked us. I'm just trying to get to it. You asked us to rescind it and bring it back at a future date so people can talk about it.
Yes.
It's here.
Well, it's not necessarily here in this week's agenda. I mean, I did read over the agenda, and I decided to apply as a delegation to basically speak to whatever documents about to be submitted or whatnot. But it doesn't actually say the pay rate increase of councillors, and
No,
it still was kind of
mayor.
slipped onto the agenda. I feel that there should be proper notice like real proper notice.
Proper notice is on Tuesday to discuss the following week. This was
okay,
out
fair enough,
on
Councillor
Tuesday.
Hong, and I say this with all due respect.
Yeah.
Did you give proper notice 2 weeks ago?
No, we're talking about this time. We get it. So I'm asking about your question you're asking council to do to rescind. I get it. So if we rescind this, it's going to show up exactly like this again next week.
But then
I'm just saying it was already on it this week from last week. So do we have anybody? That's my question is, I could rescind it.
Yes.
It'll come back exactly like this again.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're not getting anybody this week to discuss the pay
Councillor Hong,
raise.
if I may, two things. Number one, it's not about how many people sitting in the audience and how many people's waiting to speak. It's the fact that we have a right to be heard. That's a right. And if I just really quickly, excuse me, about the second thing, if it was rescinded and whatnot, your raise. And people were allowed to come back and speak to it. I mean, there would be more notice for people to prepare remarks, to prepare a speech, whatever.
But that's a week, right? We published this on a Tuesday. This was published on Tuesday. Mm-hmm. The raise is on here.
Yes. The reason why I'm even standing here tonight.
But I want to rescind it. I'm just trying to. The point for us rescinding it and bringing it back to waste everybody's time. It's going to come back the
reason why
document.
you would be wasting everyone's time is because you, collectively as a council, failed to recognize the right of the public to speak. So essentially, I understand it sounds like a big headache or whatnot, but realistically, this is what happens when you ignore the public's voice. I think the difference between last week and next week would be the fact that people will have an opportunity to come up and speak. Realistically, it's probably not going to change anyone's votes anyway, but that's a very, very important part of our democratic process, and it's one that you all failed to recognize.
I think somewhere along staff did recognize, and that's why this information came out, so the public can come this week to talk about it. We recognize that there was some sort of a flaw, and don't get me wrong, I get your point, and I think it's on here. It's on the policies information sheet, and we can do it again next week, but it'll just show up like this.
Really be the same thing.
Is that what you're asking us to do?
I'm asking you to rescind your $1,100 raise.
Which is on this section of the report, if you read it.
I'm sorry?
It's actually in the report on page 22, part 3, council pay, base pay, acting mayor pay, medical benefits. It talks about the 10%. So it's already on here from last week.
Oh, it talks about rescinding your raise. Because that's what I'm talking about. That's why I am up here at this podium talking about tonight, respectfully.
Yes, and I think we try to catch it that we can bring this back out onto information. So if anybody has concerns, they could come and talk to us about the judgment and error that we made, right? And I'm not saying that we didn't make a judgment and error. We could have waited. It didn't matter. But the fact that the staff caught it and they brought it back in this report on a Tuesday for this agenda, everybody had a week to look at this. It states on here that the acting mayor will be provided an acting pay at a rate of 10% of the mayor's base.
Yes, I understand that, Councillor Hong. And again, I'll provide a few more examples of how this isn't proper process. I mean, I was applied as a delegate tonight, but it was after the agenda had already been posted. Another thing is just the fact that I just think there should be no more notice. Actually, it's very black and white to me, and it should come back to the table. You should rescind your raises right now, in my opinion. Everything else, leave it. But I just don't feel, out of principle, without going into all the details, out of principle, I don't feel comfortable with my elected officials giving themselves a raise. I don't care how big or small that amount is, without proper public input.
Yeah, and I agree with you.
It's very simple to me, and that's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And it's not about the money.
I'm not sure
and I don't think we all think it's about the money, but it's the information. I get what you're saying is you want the information. We got the information. All agendas have 1 week. We, as council members, usually get the exact same information the exact same time that the public does, and we have a week to do our job. Mm-hmm. So this is already published from last Tuesday. So anybody that wanted to speak about our pay,
yes,
had the right already to come. So we can rescind it. We'll make a motion to rescind. Mm-hmm. Staff will put it back onto the exact same thing next week. in the exact same format.
Yeah.
But we just wasted another week, which we already did this week.
Well, there's a lot.
I get that you're trying to bring information, and I appreciate that. But staff caught it, and they brought it back to us on this information. If anybody wanted to sign up for this delegation with the information that we provided this week, it's here. That's all I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Do a really quick, just flashback from the last meeting till now. I will say this. I'm not even, and this is simply my opinion, and I am simply speculating, but I don't even believe that this would be brought back on the agenda, or it would have been brought back on the agenda today if people, if in the community hadn't have started speaking out about it and talking about it. I believe it would have simply been overlooked. Again, that's just me speculating. And with that said, I just, once again, I have to go back to my original point. I mean, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, well, I get it. Thank you very much. And that's what we're saying is the public did bring it out and they expressed concern, so staff brought it back.
Oh, okay. So they brought it back for discussion, and this is another point of contention. With all due respect, about this whole thing, I consider this right now. I mean, I say this with all due respect. You already voted on this 2 weeks ago, so I find it's kind of like, okay, I have my 10 minutes to come up here and say my piece or what have you. But realistically, I don't feel it. Just they went opposite. The public should come up and speak. Realistically, as elected officials, you probably already made up your mind on how you're going to vote. But there's still a process, and we should come up and voice our opinion before you make that vote. So I find it's kind of just like almost a arse almost to come up here after the fact. Well, and that's why I think that real action has to happen, and that's why I think that a great gesture would be, like I said, rescind your raise.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yocum.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. First of all, I don't think it's a farce, and I heard your conversation loud and clear. I think I heard your comments, your views, and respect them. And also want to touch on a key piece of your conversation stood out. I heard you say maybe twice the drama of this council. Respect that. But also, I'm going to tell you. Don't mean tell you. I'm just going to speak on. Don't mean to sit that way. I'm going to speak on the drama, and also I totally would be open and think the conversation, the cart was headed horse in regards to that financial piece. And I think the dialogue should be had and could be had at the will of council. And I'm totally in agreement with that. Because of the drama, and I think caught up in because of the drama, you hit it right on. Majority of this council, it inadvertently, because we've been to extreme pressures, extreme stresses internally, and a lot of it has to do with our relationship with the mayor. And I'm going to touch on quite a few things here for the drama, so the story's out there and we can discuss this. Pardon me? Well, I'm actually responding to him because he's the one that mentioned the drama. Oh my God, I got everyone speaking to me right now. Can I carry on, Mr. O'Donnell? Sorry.
Not a problem.
Thank you. So the reason there's drama around the finance is, as we all know, 7 of us asked the mayor to step aside for numerous reasons. And I'm going to go through in my view, before the drama, which segues into this conversation because we made there was a financial increment for those that may be acting at that time frame because, for the simple fact, everyone at this table has had to step in and do their role for numerous reasons. Mr. McKay has consistently worked independently with council and staff. While the mayor does not have unique powers under the Community Charter, Section 116, the mayor must still follow city bylaws and policy. The mayor does not have the right to spend city finances without approval out of the mayor's budget. Mr. McKay has a duty to communicate information to council, as you know the section, yet he's failed to respond to repeated information requests for the last 3 months, despite having direction from council to do so. So just bear with me. If you're wondering why I'm bringing this up, because I want the community to put a rest to this drama. I want an individual getting labeled in newspaper articles about being dysfunctional. I've worked my whole butt off for communities and been in politics since 2002. So I'm a little bit upset, not at you, of course, but just this whole conversation for the fact how we got here. I wish we had the real conversation. This conversation I'm going to go through, and then the conversation, that makes sense, which we probably inadvertently did what you slightly suggested. Mr. McKay is withholding city corporate records pertaining to legal advice he has obtained. Mr. McKay has demonstrated a pattern of using city resources, lawyers, and consultants, which the majority of council views as actions to further other political objectives under the guise of protecting staff. Mr. McKay does not advise council or staff regarding his schedule. I can go on. Mr. McKay has failed to reflect the will of council to carry out other duties on behalf of council. Section, as you know, Section 116. And there's come another thing in the media. I read this Island Fast Ferry thing. It's come to attentions of members of council that Mr. McKay has met with proponents who have expressed interest in creating foot passenger ferry service from Nanaimo to Vancouver while the city was still under MOU with the other parties, whilst there was a free trip to the Victoria Clipper, September of 2015. So this is a violation of trust in the city's interest. I'm just saying right now that no one's wanted to say, because I am tired of reading about dysfunction and the drama. I am not dysfunctional. I'm here to champion the city. I am willing to create unity. So when I hear dysfunction and the drama, and I'm sure a lot of people be upset about me for saying this stuff, but I'm just telling the facts. Mr. McKay has interfered with municipal officers and employees in performance in their duties. I can go on. He's refused to work with our CAO, Tracy Samras, on numerous occasions. And I can go on about the integrity group and invoices, how in the local newspaper, how we racked up all these hours. I'm begging for the invoices to get out to the public. I can't wait. I think I was maximum 2 hours max, what Gordon's touched on the other day. So I can go on and on and on. So the reason I'm stating all this stuff is the fact there is drama, and it's affected me. Since I've been here under the leadership of McKay, I've been threatened legally. I've been threatened. It's made me a person of frustration, such anger. My professionalism is being called into task. I've acted in ways I wish I haven't. The other day I was frustrated so much I threw a chair against the wall, which is not unlike me. Everyone knows how I am. This is being hard on myself and members of this council, Ms. Samra. I know notes are getting taken. I'll get threatened with another lawsuit. And I just want the public to see the lawyers do FOIs on this, because majority of this council are not racking up the big lawsuits that some previous speaker touched on. I think maybe Mr. Jones. And I just can't wait. I'm sick and tired of being in that room. I am tired of being in that room. I wish everything would be open, but everything's always threatened. There's always a way to find something. So I am speaking on behalf of the drama on your comments, which I thank you for bringing that up, to bring clarity. I can go on and on and on, but I've got some of my own FOIs out there. When I get those FOIs, I'm going to be sharing with the public the FOIs on stuff on Bill Yoakum. And I'm a gut feeling that it's not going to be pretty.
I appreciate your honesty, Councillor Yoakum, and I really hope that everyone else, like the council and the mayor, also follow suit. And if we're going to make these allegations in public, we have to be able to back them up. And
that's why I'm doing this.
Absolutely.
And I've been vocal when I've touched on that, and I just wanted to follow up. I want to touch on. I'm concerned. We got 2+ years of this city that we have to get the city through. We got to do good work. And what's really sad about all this drama, which I concur, unnecessary dramas, we've actually somehow pulled off some good work with the 0% tax increase, the core review, and we managed, right or wrong, put the Calgary Dam to rest that we inherited and whatnot. We've done some good work that gets sidetracked from the so-called drama, which I concur. So I really am concerned, and the city of Nanaimo deserves better. The city of Nanaimo deserves a leader. A city of Nanaimo deserves a leader that's not going to throw his team under the bus every chance they get. And that's been happening since day one. So I look forward to, regardless, we're going to move the city to where we have to. And I apologize to the public out there for speaking so harshly. But I am at ends with for not all the facts being out there. And when I get more facts, I am putting them out there. And I wanted to share those words. And very open to the original statement, sir, is very open to the conversation about the $1,100. Absolutely. And I think that was just invert, and my thinking was my mind was still with all this list. I can go on and on, which I didn't share. I only shared half of it. But thank you for your time, and hopefully I put a little bit rhyme to reason to what's going on here, at least for myself. Thank you.
I appreciate your comments, Councillor Yoakum.
You're welcome.
I have Councillor Kipp, Pratt, and Fuller. Do any have questions for the delegation?
No questions for the delegation.
No questions? Councillor Fuller?
No, it would be in response to the drama.
I'd like to respond.
Yeah, you can sit down and.
No further questions for the
I
donors.
would just like to say thank you for coming forward. I agree with a lot of what you said, and I really appreciate you putting that together as well as you did. It was very understandable, very coherent, and very. It definitely is food for thought. So thank you very much for coming forward.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments, Councillor Pratt.
Thank you very much. Motion to receive the delegation. Councillor Hong, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. All right.
Can I then do the report, and then I have some recommendations for you as well? And perhaps, okay. No.
I'm on next, I think.
Okay.
Thank you. Certainly. Go ahead, Ms. Sammer.
Am I up or not? No.
With respect to the next item, which is the next steps regarding further policy work?
Yeah, or what was talked about here and the policy issues.
Okay, Councillor Kep.
Thank you. Regarding the adoption of policy and the vulnerability of policies when they're rushed, it is sometimes poor quality, and I appreciate that more than most. I'm kind of a stickler for process despite how chaotic I am sometimes. We do nothing in government but duplicate work to make sure that it's done correctly and overdone. When we talk about duplication within our regional district, we have 130,000 people, 140 maybe, and we have 4 municipal governments and 1 regional government. And we all have redundant services with 5 CAOs, 5 finance officers, 130,000 people. So when you talk about process and the cost of process and cost to taxpayer, look past your own community. Down in Victoria, there's 13 local governments for 600,000 people. In Surrey, 700,000 people, 1 government. So we make it up as we go and we do what we want. I appreciate the fact that we sometimes rush things. But as Councillor Yoakum said, I too am sick and tired of some of the stuff that's happened in the drama because we've kept it behind closed doors because it has litigation and it has labor issues involved in it. I'm not going to go into the papers and play the game of being the freedom fighter for the world to try and put the corporation in harm. Because if I shoot my mouth off and he sues me or somebody sues me, then I'm responsible for that. The day Mr. Jones sent me an email, which was a lengthy email, and I did respond to him, I had 64 emails that Tuesday. We have a schedule that runs across the weekend, across the week, and we choose to go what we want, and I chose this position. And if it was for the money, I'd tell you to go to hell a long time ago, because the money isn't even there. And I'm not that fussy about taking on more work as a portfolio, but that said. So what I want to expand on is the fact that we have a situation you've heard about, the Integrity Group. It's been out in the paper. The mayor stated in the paper the other day about policy and stuff that we all knew about this, and it was quite a derogatory statement in my concern, but I'm fine with that. It's water off a duck's back. This process, we first heard about it as a letter in April, and it didn't have a date on it, didn't have anything on it, but the mayor had signed off on it. We were advised over a period of months as it was going on. Nothing formal received, I said, like till May. There was no contract. There's no invoices, no 30-day invoices. These questionable proposal, one was dated that I have a copy of, and one that we got later had a date put in it. We were promised confidentiality on that. I was promised that there would be no sharing of the reports, and it would only be a verbal. I was promised that it would be private notes. I was promised that councillors would be interviewed first, and then the mayor and Mr. Swaby. I was told they would not provided any bios or any information on council or anything. We heard later that it was around $20,000, but there was no process for that $20,000. And in fact, I've been told now that there was not confidentiality. In fact, information was shared with other lawyers for other investigations. That the mayor and Mr. Swaby did over 50 hours each, and a total of 66 hours for the other 8 councillors. Bios were given, And and I've got a Freedom of Information on mine right now, and I've heard it's not real pretty, the bio that was written about it. But I'm not a real pretty guy sometimes. So this person also dealt with multiple contracts in this integrity thing with other lawyers, other files that were not related and were billed for. And we have almost a year of billing, up to $55,000 now. And I cannot disabuse my mind of what happened on these things. So when the public wants to know about these things and we try and keep them hidden, and then I see it played out in the paper that we all agreed to this and we're all, why are we complaining about? We agreed. Well, I didn't agree to this. I agreed to confidentiality, to a verbal report to try and make this council work better together. I didn't agree that within the same time, on February 23rd, a second report would be started by another legal sign-off by the mayor, Mr. Swaby, a lawyer, and a cop. So these things have been built up. They've even interviewed employees that have been gone for years. And then we're told, oh, come on, pay this bill, be good guys. If I went out and hired my friends under a contract for the city to do some work, would you pay it? Can I start doing that? No. It's illegal, actually. People broke rules. If you want to talk about the investigations we've been dragged through, the chaos, the freedom of information, the reason we force these policies, prior to this policy arriving at the table, I could just go to staff and ask them to send me anywhere in Canada to any conference I wanted. The staff would book it and organize it. I get paid my per diem. I get paid without even anyone knowing. And we found that's happened a lot, that people are racking up bills sometimes and we don't know and we don't get any reports back. And the public has a right to those reports. So for me, this type of thing, when the mayor says in the newspaper that, oh, I understood, I'm going to tell you right now, Mr. Mayor, I did not agree to the process of the integrity group investigation. I agreed to confidentiality, that they would speak to me first and to others after. I did not agree to have $50,000 in bills paid. In fact, now that I see through freedom of information where this was really headed, I've had notice of motion that I wouldn't pay a cent of this $51,000. So I'm sorry that we've had to keep the public in. And what I'm going to say, too, is some of this has been fed out to Facebook just to try and build a poor victim or a poor me. And that's disgusting to me, too, because we haven't faced it front on. I have sent so many emails to the mayor in the last year that have gone unanswered, and I know how people feel now when I don't answer theirs. So I apologize if I've been rude or obtuse or whatever, but I, too, am tiring of drama when this council moves a lot of stuff. There's 7 of us now, at least, that agree on a lot of stuff. Moving things forward, trying to make things go as quick as we can, and try and fix errors that have been placed for a long time. So if you made a mistake under pressure, I will apologize for it. I won't say I'll never make another mistake on it, but if we move something too fast, it is problematic, and we should listen to the public more. But we also have to make decisions. So for me, like Councillor Yoakum, I'm tired. I've been here a long time. I probably never should have asked for freedom of information because it shows some really, it really turned me off to where I sit, the seat I sit at. It actually turned me off.
That's it. Councillor Fuller.
Here we go. People have wanted stuff to come out. Well, it's coming out. It's still slow, and you're not getting the full picture by any means. Trust me on that one. Councillor Yoakum was far too lenient. Councillor Kipp has been very polite. Councillor Yoakum touched on a few things, not attending meetings. The mayor doesn't attend meetings. Sometimes he doesn't even let us know he isn't coming. He's made derogatory comments about councillors in the press. That has happened regularly. There's invoices coming that we don't know anything about, and integrity is one of them. I have an FOI out right now on a piece of correspondence, and Councillor Kipp touched on it, that could show a breach of confidentiality on the mayor's part, and likely does. It's those bios that were given in starting this process with integrity, a process that I believe firmly had an outcome given. to the integrity group. What they wanted out of this, the mayor and Ted Swaby, I could be wrong. We will see when I get that FOIN. When we talk about, the strangeness of things, how many people are aware that the mayor has no longer going to attend in-camera meetings unless he has a lawyer present? If you're not aware of it, be aware of it. I don't think I'm breaching confidentiality. That was something he announced to us in the public through email. And interestingly enough, we talk about the whole bullying thing. So there was an email out this morning, and Councillor Yoakum, if he doesn't mind me saying this, said, let's discuss this in open and reduce in-camera meetings. My reply was, I agree with Councillor Yoakum. As long as the mayor continues this type of behavior behind closed doors, he can continue to play the victim with the public and the press, and he needs to be exposed. And here's the mayor's response. I'm not going to read it all because some of it you don't need to hear. My challenge with the in-camera sessions is with respect to our employer. These are the mayor's words. The City of Nanaimo providing a safe and respectful workplace for all those employed by the city. Since the inauguration of this council, I, along with the previous CAO, attempted to create a different environment in which to conduct our business. This has clearly not been successful. No freaking kidding. And it hasn't been on the part of us. To date, there have been no successful initiatives that have changed behavior during our in-camera sessions. In fact, they have become more violent. Then he actually mentions Councillor Yoakum throwing the chair. So someone told him that, because that happened at an in-camera meeting, that he wasn't at because he didn't have a lawyer present. And bolded in here is, my employer has not provided a safe, respectful workplace. This is his justification for not attending even more meetings now. As far as I know, it's more than 33% of the meetings he has not attended. And if people recall, when this council started, he originally wanted each and every one of us for 3 months to take on chairing of the meetings. Well, he did whatever, possibly going down and visiting other ferry companies while we were in an MOU with another one, possibly just going and visiting lawyers to see what he could get on us. Who knows? Who knows what he wanted to do for when we would do that? The policy was brought forward to address some of these issues. The expenses, the random doing things without getting approval from council, just going, seeking lawyers so he could justify anger and having a manager fired or an interim manager fired. That's why we rushed this one. The raise, or I don't even call it a raise, it works out to about $24 a week. It is a raise. Yeah, it does, actually. It's the total for Matt wasn't $20,000 and something over 2.5 years. It's $2,750 over 2.5 years. For each person. Yeah, for each person. Okay, so that would be the raise, $24 a week it works out to. And I totally agree. That should not have come up right away. That could have been put out. But we rushed this for a reason. You're hearing some of those reasons now. Who knows, I might get in shit, but I was looking at the qualifier at the bottom of this email, and it says the information contained in this communication is intended solely for the use of the individual. I'm the individual, and I'm using it. So there you go. That's about all I have to say on this. There's more coming, folks. There's way more coming.
Councillor Pratt.
Thank you. I'm not going to speak to any of what Councillor Chip and Fuller and Yocum spoke to. I'm only going to speak to the policies that were introduced. Tracy, are you wanting to say something?
Hear them with you and then to make a recommendation for the purpose that they're on here. If I get the opportunity to do that and then maybe field some questions.
Would you like to do that now? Okay.
Thank you. So thank you to both the delegations that came forward and provided input on these policies. The first one that I wanted to go over is the governance policy, so I don't know if that's able to go up on screen. That's not it. That's the full list of policies that we have. And that's the spreadsheet on comparables. So it would be just from the actual page 25 of the agenda package. Okay, so the first item that's come up is the portfolio system. And I think I'll give some background on the genesis of that. When I first joined the city back in November, there was a number of issues that were raised with respect to the interaction between the senior management and council. And I took a number of steps as my responsibilities as CAO to ensure that staff had a respectful work environment to function within, and I made changes to some of the meeting structures and reinforced the main principles of the community charter, is that namely I am the sole employee and that when council needs information from staff, they go through me. And for a couple of months, there was a moratorium on council contacting staff directly as I got my feet under me and I addressed some of the concerns that were raised by previous regimes. I'm happy to report that those changes were received positively by the senior management and staff, and they have resulted in the changing working environment between council and between the senior leadership team. And as recently as last week, where we were going through the adoption of the portfolio system, we've had lots of conversations at the senior management team of what it could be and what it's not. I asked them, can I go to the media and can I say that on behalf of all of you, each one of you in the senior management team, that you are supportive of the portfolio system? And every single one of them nodded their head and said yes. They gave me that permission to say it because they believed it was important to start moving forward and forging different working relationships with council members, and that the portfolio system offered them that opportunity. At the same time, I was absolutely mindful of the difference between a council that provides strategic guidance and one that provides operational guidance. I am not a fan of one where councillors are directing the day-to-day business of my staff. That's my job. And I do that through the senior leadership team. So in the emails that we've exchanged, I think I had it in all caps. What it is not is an opportunity for council members to raise their own personal agenda items with staff and forward their own personal agenda items. What it's about is a learning opportunity, a relationship enhancement. So we've worked through this. We've tabled principles. We're just waiting to put them into a one-page document. Staff has completed that, so that'll be forthcoming and posted. So I have every confidence that this is going to support a different type of leadership and relationship between council and the senior leadership team. As to some of the other principles that have come forward in the governance policies, they are motions that are actually on the books, and I'm happy to report that today council made through 4 months of in-camera meetings and over 71 different motions and directions, and has voted to release virtually all of them. The redactions that have been made have been the ones that are required under the privacy legislation. So all of the things that have been going on in camera and the discussions that are being had are now being put out into the public forum and can be spoken of. The legal advice can't be discussed, and some of the other conversations can't be discussed, but they are now out there, which is why I believe some of the councillors have stepped forward to provide the substantive reasons and efforts that they have put forward over the last 5 months to make a change. While it may seem that some of these principles are incongruent, they're consistent with the motions that we have, and so it was just putting them all in one place. Obviously, the approval and review of expenditures, while you're doing that, what what we do today is to ensure that we're not going to be increasing the costs of this. These things, I agree with the drafting, and I'm going to show you guys about 100 policies that we have on the books that require some revisions. Certainly in instances where will are used, perhaps the word should be may, but from a drafting perspective, there's a lot of things that staff can do once we have the basic direction from council to put them into guidelines and policies and have them there. I have the ability to pass and adopt policies and guidelines, as do individual directors. So the power to pass and adopt and enforce policies and guidelines rests at the council table for a number of issues they raise with me on the day-to-day operations of the organization, and as well with directors. And we'll be bringing back a full policy redo probably by September, and that's following on the Watson report. But I wanted to go through each of these things. So we're bearing in mind the logistics of dealing with the acting mayor. When one is not available, it triggers the next one. It's best efforts that they're able to be there. Not every single meeting requires that the acting mayor be accompanying the mayor, but there is substantive business items that require that the will of council be reflected accurately within those meetings, with key developers or other business people coming in and doing other types of business with the city. And it's one step that council has directed staff that they wanted. This dates back a couple of months, and it's to ensure the will of council is reflected in private conversations, and so that the will of council as passed in these types of meetings is being reflected. That's why number 3 is encouraged as well, because we've had some problems with communication and being notified of invitations and meetings that are going into the mayor's office being shared in a timely manner or at all with the rest of council. This is why this particular principle is there. So we are now being able to forward those on so council members can decide which types of events they want to attend if they haven't been given that invitation, and whether or not the portfolio or acting mayor can also attend. Again, that is in terms of priority and importance and complexity of issues. Number 4 is the same thing. We've been working very hard with our communication and senior management in terms of getting our good news stories out there. We're doing a lot of really good things, and staff wants it out there, and staff wants to see the type of work that's being endorsed and supported by council out there. So this principle is about getting the good news stories out there and all the successes that have happened, and we've had a tremendous amount of them, and it's encouraging council members to be working together on that. Number 5 is a necessity because there's been non-compliance with the operating policies in terms of finance and budgeting, and neither the Director of Finance nor myself have any power whatsoever to authorize the payment of fees and costs unless we've verified them in accordance with the policies. Otherwise, we'd be subjected to discipline. So it's not optional for us. Every penny must be accounted for, and we will not pay bills unless they've been properly authorized. And in instances where proper process has not been followed, it isn't fatal, but it is up to council to rectify that and adopt motions enabling us to be in compliance. And the example I'll give with that is the integrity group. It's come up. I've been on record reporting that $20,000 was put into one particular funding area. A purchase order was opened, a proposal was received. Unfortunately, and I've relayed this to the media, but it hasn't made it out there, the next steps in the procurement policy would have had that going to our finance department, that a contract would have been issued, that the vendor would have been put on notice that in order to have your invoices paid, they get sent to the city on a 30-day period. We verify that those are the services that have been asked for, and then we are in a position to pay that. So that didn't happen with the integrity. I can't account for the differing reports that were in the media about the amounts being spent in June, July, August, September. I wasn't here. All I know is when we received the invoices in January, they were for 12 months, and they represented a different amount of fees than we had than my predecessor had agreed to for this one particular project. The invoices represented billing for 3 different other areas. We've sought clarification in writing more than 3 times with the vendor over the last 3 months and haven't been provided with that clarification, and we've asked His Worship during the last 3 months in writing from myself, from council, and by motion to clarify what those are so that we can be in a position to pay those bills. But unless and until we receive that information, those invoices remained outstanding. Number 6 is just a commitment and a reinforcement of the code of conduct and the charter, community charter obligations, and has been included so that it's a reference to everybody here. I think I said that at the last meeting, but I think it's really important to know that these things didn't come out of nowhere. These were drafted actually by the lawyer, so they came across in a way that are useful for council. I'm going to defer to Victor to go through the finance one. And at the conclusion of it, my recommendation to council is, while our legal opinion says that the process in which you adopted both of these policies is at common law acceptable, I think out of an abundance of caution, a ratification of the adoption of these two policies would be in order. And I would recommend, based on the feedback from the community, that you ratify and affirm the adoption of both of these with the repeal of the acting stipend for reconsideration under a separate policy and vote. But for the reasons I've explained, these governance policies are, and will continue to be paramount in moving us forward as an organization. And I think the same level of information will be provided by Victor with respect to the other finance policies.
Thank you. I'm just going to offer brief comments relative to the process that we follow in determining the salaries and other benefits for council in general. It's a process that has been in place for a while now, and we basically benchmark ourselves with like communities as listed on the presentation screen. And so just brief comments in terms of where council is at. The last time that council had an increase in its basic rate was in early 2015. And that was done after looking at where the other 12 municipalities were in terms of pay. And we have a policy in the books that we've just consolidated with the rest that says we would pay at the median of that group. And so that's the process that we follow. We also looked at what are the communities that we compare with, what do they pay in terms of the acting mayor piece. So I just raised that to make sure that this is not a practice that we picked from the air. This is from the same group that we benchmark ourselves around. So if you look under comments and notes, you will notice that for a number of them, the acting mayor's pay is 10% of the mayor's salary. Obviously, in some instances, you are not comparing apples to apples because the way the acting mayor role is configured is different from community to community. Other communities, they designate an individual to be an acting mayor for the rest of the year. And others do the way we do, which is a rotational way of doing it. But what I wanted to point out today, bringing this spreadsheet up, is to see where we are in terms of the total dollar amount that's spent. So if you look at the acting mayor annual budget column there, you will notice that from the proposal that we brought in, we were pegging ourselves at $9,500. And the median for that is about $12,000, and the average is about $16,000. And then you can see the individual communities where they lie. Having said that, other than the acting mayor piece, the rest of the policies, we were simply consolidating what was already in the books and putting them in one spot. I want to reiterate the comments that the CAO has made relative to the process that we follow when we commit the city for spending. There is a process that we follow that is agreed upon, and when there's a deviation to that, you have to dig in to find out what the nature of that expense is. And it's a process, and the process does not assume that somebody is guilty. We were simply trying to figure out the justification. If there was an oversight, flag that up because what happens once every year, I get auditors come in and look at my books and say, what's your process? How was this done? Why was this not followed? I need to document that piece. And so the process that we're going through now is to look back at some of these things and see if we can justify what has happened. And in the absence of that justification, then our hands are tied. And it actually exposes the organization to other issues going down the road that we need to guard against. So having said that, the issue of caps that is in the current policies and procedures. Now, the way you write policies, you can separate procedures or you can bring them back into a policy. And in this document that we put together, we try to separate policy and procedure, and it's providing some confusion. And I actually concede that probably that was not the best way to approach them, at least because then it gives the impression that you are removing the caps. The caps are still there. The $3,000 cap still remains. And when you draft it the way we drafted it, it provides you the flexibility to make those changes. And those changes would not be made in private. They would always come back to council for ratification. The proposed report, just to speak to one comment that was raised, the accounting that we're talking about, it will be coming together with the rest of our financial reports that we bring to council at the end of each quarter. You will notice that as we stand today, the expenses that senior managers and council incur during the year, we only bring them up once a year. And what we're trying to do now here is to say we'll bring these up, at least for council, at the end of each quarter, so that council itself can look through that and the members of the public have the benefit of reviewing that in a public forum. Those would be the basic comments I would like to make.
And I'll supplement that. We're also making recommendations on the allocation, rather than having a lump sum pot of money, but we're coming back with recommendations to council on what the appropriate travel budget is, conference and training budgets, so that everyone notionally knows what they have access to and you know how you're going to use it throughout the year. It's going to be consistent with what we're doing at the director level. Before that was dealt with at each department, and I think it needs to be standardized and there needs to be the same amount of funds being allocated to myself and to the directors for our education, training, professional travel, all of those things, so there are known amounts that we don't just decide what they are each year.
Okay. Councillor Pratt, carry on. Don't turn it off, you just turn it off.
Oh,
there you go, fine.
We all right? Thank you to both Ms. Samra and to Mr. Mima. I really do believe that you've done a lot of excellent work here, and I applaud you for that because it's made it easier for us to understand having everything in one place. What I would also like to say is that I agree with Ms. Samra that ratifying these is important tonight, but the piece about the increase in compensation for the acting mayor, although it is very small, needs to be deliberated further. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter to me whether I were to receive it or not. I get paid half-time for what I consider to be a full-time job, and I enjoy every minute of it. And I do feel that I'm compensated well. And so I really want to thank the citizens for coming forward tonight and to speaking up, because I think it's important for us to hear that and to reflect on it. And you've certainly given us time to do that already. And so that will be coming back, I think. We need to make a motion on that, and I'm not sure at this point whether we should be making a motion to adopt the two policies or should we do them separately? Can I get some direction maybe from...
Ratify and affirm with the rescission of section.
Your Worship? May I interject? Or?
Yes.
Or I'll get in
Please do.
trouble. Okay. So what you could do, Council, is that Council remove item 3.2 of the Council spending and amenities policy and affirm and ratify as amended, and then do a separate motion to do the governance policy.
I would like to make that motion.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded. We have two other speakers. Are they two before the motion? Councillor Fuller.
6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Okay.
Partly for the motion, but partly general. So.
Very good. It's been moved and seconded. Councillor Fuller. Go ahead.
I'm actually quite glad that we're looking at removing 3.2 and then bringing it back in the future. I'm good with the rest of it. As I said, there's reasons why we're doing it. And when we talk about the stipend, I wouldn't say the amount is small, because there are about 10 or 15% of the community that would be 1/6 of their yearly income, and they might not appreciate that. Yeah, it's small to us, is what it is. And
That's what I meant.
I know. And as a councillor, I get paid more than probably 30-40% of the population in Nanaimo for what I consider a part-time job. So we agree to disagree on that one. You do put in a lot more time than I do. I will say that, and I congratulate you for it. I know we're on the other one, but I wanted to ask a question with regards to the government protocol policy. And that was, we keep bringing up the Watson report. It keeps getting brought up and brought up and brought up. Is it possible for me to get the date and the motion that actually adopted that as part of our policy? Because all I recall from back then was that it was received as a report, not that it was adopted as part of our policy. And throughout the years, I'm not to say it's good, bad, or ugly, but I believe it was never adopted by council as a working document that council would use. I know that the Elimina one was going to follow, and then nothing came after that. The whole it was approved, I believe, at the government's protocol committee level, but never by council. So if I could get that and be proven wrong, I would really appreciate that.
Okay, I can just answer it. You commissioned a study on the governance structure of the city, and it had a whole bunch of recommendations. And you guys decide when and how you can act on them. There's like 47. It's a ton of them.
Yeah, but we never ratified that as part of our use.
It won't form part of your policy. It's just a review of your
So
governance structures.
why don't we just pull out some government structures out of a Cracker Jack box and use that? That's what I'm saying. We're using a report that we got, which I fully believe, and it's a good report. There were a few things in it. This was a few years ago, so I don't recall everything. As you know, my brain is mush. But there's some really good stuff in that. And if we're going to be using it, and we are doing a review of it now, so hopefully once we've reviewed it, then we will ratify that to be used. But right now, I think we're putting a lot of onus on a report that's just a report, and that's all it is. Even though it's a good report, it's just a report. And I'm not saying these are bad. I like what we've done here, and I'm grateful that the idea came up to remove 3.2, and let's deal with that at a separate time. Thanks.
Councillor Pratt.
No,
Okay. Councillor Bestwick.
Can't even remember the subject matter.
Motion.
The motion. I just would like to state for the record that the policies that staff have been working on for us, it came out of a need, not just out of something that we wanted to put somebody to work to do. This was out of necessity. And it's comprehensive, and it's consolidated, and it can be found in one place. And I'm sure that there's going to be some amendments to it as we go along, as we discern that there's things that could be added or deleted or changed as we go. I think it's an outstanding governance policy that is transparent, that everybody will be able to find in one place. Members of our community to be able to find it in one place, and so will council, and so will staff be able to find this policy in one place with all of this information that was hither and far before to try to find or to try to discern. So I look forward to this policy moving forward. And my question that I had was on about the repealing of 3.2. When will 3.2 come back then?
We will probably bring it on the 18th because the 11th is at short notice. So we'd like to bring that maybe in on the 18th.
Thank you.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo what Councillor Bestwick had said. I think he took the words out of my mouth. That this is a great policy. I wish Dominic was still here. Is he still here? This is better than the previous one. It actually has terms and conditions, and it's more defined. And what staff are doing is preparing an open transparency that the public has a better access to when they question where we go, why we go, how we got there. There's terms in there on how we got to that point in the decision making. And it's just not some random thing that we decide and we pick off. So I think kudos to staff for refining the policies, putting them in one place that is easy to find, that the public can now look at and see how we actually came with our decisions with regards to where we go, what we're getting paid, and how often we're going, and to see, quarterly what we're spending, right? So that they know that we are trying to be accountable for the money that they do give us, right? With regards to 3.2, exactly what Councillor Bestwick says, there's not going to be a staff report on this. It's pretty much this and this, right? So the public now has 2 weeks to sign up as a delegation that they know that we're going to be doing this, and that's, I think, what we want to get to. If they have concerns, please address it with us so we know that it is something that bothers them deeply or not. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've got some questions. Did you want me to address them to you, Ms. Sammer, or to Mr. Mima? Mr. Bama? Okay, thank you. So the first question is on the governance policy number 4, and I'll read it for the benefit of the audience. All members of council will work together to ensure statements or information provided publicly, including to the media, accurately reflect the will and direction of council, and ensure any privately held views are communicated with the respect due to each member of council, all managers, employees, and volunteers, and with due regard to the reputation of the city. So that goes on, that's also echoed in our respectful workplace policy with respect to our employees. It says, off-duty conduct is any conduct by an employee that occurs away from the workplace, including communications on social media sites, and that has one of the following impacts. 1, harms the employer's reputation or product. 2, renders the employee unable to perform his or her duties. 3, leads to a refusal, reluctance, or inability of other employees to work with him or her, or inhibits the employer's ability to effectively manage its work, directing its workforces. So the two of them are relatively similar in nature. So the question that I have with respect to the term with the respect due to each member of council. So I ask council the question, we have a member of our council who manages a social media site that, in my view, defames and slanders members of this council and harms the reputation of the corporation and the individual members of council. The other thing I need to go on to say is that it says accurately reflect the will and direction of council. Now, I know that some of that is directed to me, so I would like to read from the community charter, which says under section 116.1, the mayor is the head and chief executive officer of the municipality. And 2, in addition to the mayor's responsibility as a member of council, and that's the important part. While the mayor under G, subsection G, is to reflect the will of council and carry out other duties on behalf of council, the mayor is not silenced by an independent voice as an individual member of this council. So if individual members of council have things that they wish to say as individuals, they can do so, as can the mayor. So, does this policy in any way contradict the section of the charter under 116, and does it take into account that where it says reflect the will and direction of council, that it does not prevent the mayor from acting as an independent member of council as the charter provides?
Right, thank you, Your Worship. There's a number of things in your question. So I would draw your attention on the social media one, I guess, to start with. We've received legal opinions, I believe, from Tom Roper as well as Young Anderson on the issue of council expressing their opinions on social media, and that has been given to council on numerous occasions. I'm also advised that throughout the last year, posts from various websites have been given to legal counsel to see whether or not the city has been defamed or harmed in any way. And so far, none of them have met that trigger where it has crossed that line. But as they come up, I continue to have them referred to legal counsel. So I think you guys are all very much aware of the perils of communicating on social media and your role as counselors and what that line is. I would say that the policy for the respectful workplace at the moment applies to staff. So that's applied internally with the staff, and those are their obligations going home. And we monitor that. Well, actually, we don't monitor it. It hasn't been brought forward to us, but that's a policy that's in place for staff. So it's kind of separate and distinct from this. As this policy was drafted by legal counsel, who's very much aware of the ability for council members to express their own opinions, it in no way contradicts your ability to do so. What I understand that this particular clause is aimed at is when council has made a decision on something controversial, such as fast ferries, going out for RFP on 100 Gordon Street. What it is suggesting that is when council has decided to go forward, that you can disagree at the council table and you can voice your disagreement with that. But once a motion has been adopted and by a majority, whatever level that is, 5, 6, 7, that will of council is reflected in the business dealings. It doesn't prevent anybody from saying, I disagree with that position. But I think bearing in mind when you are the key spokesperson who is the key contact for media and all things, I think this is one of the reasons why this was brought forward, and I'll let the rest of council speak to it, is that you have a unique position and an opportunity to have a larger voice than the rest of council. And so what this is suggesting is that when you're expressing those opinions, bearing in mind that the council has adopted things, and I'm going to decline to give you examples of where that may come into play. So I'm hopeful that answers your question.
Thank you. The next one is on item 5. All members of council will ensure any expenses to be incurred by the city at the individual desire of a member of council is pre-authorized by the Director of Finance or his or her designate, excluding expenditures which are already pre-authorized by existing bylaws or policies. So if I've got this correct, if a council member wishes to attend a conference, all of those expenses need to be pre-authorized by the Director of Finance?
So I'm going to give you the ideal situation. The ideal situation is when we do the budget deliberations, we would define what each councillor would have available for them, which forces each councillor to pre-plan, to say, I'm going to go to this conference, I'm going to attend this webinar or this training. So we'd have that amount in the budget. And then what number 4 speaks to now is provide flexibility to say when something else comes up, what's the process that we would follow? Obviously, if it's not pre-planned or pre-approved in the budget, we want to first of all determine if there's unencumbered funds for us to incur to do this. And so that's what this process is probably attempting to make, so we can have that flexibility to say we will pre-approve this. So one, we check that there's funds to cover that cost, and also in light of the changes that we've just made, then we can communicate that that desire to attend or to spend money on a certain situation.
And the pre-approved ones are the FCM, the AVICC, and the UBCM. Everything else now requires a council motion. We're looking at another way of being able to do that more effectively, but at this point, given what's going on, that's the recommendation.
So I'm going to be a little bit simplistic here on this one, and because I'm reading it quite literally. So if I contact a mayor in another community such as Victoria, and they've got a similar situation that we have, and I want to go down and speak to and perhaps have a lunch meeting with their mayor, how do I pre-approve that?
So now there's two things going on. And the Office of the Mayor has a unique, I think, a unique situation that it has. The intent of this whole thing is not to handcuff a councillor or the mayor at all. The intent is that we have an open process that we can go back to and say, we spent X amount of dollars for this purpose, and everybody else is aware that's going on. And so when you look at risk management, you can spend a lot of time chasing $2 and say, well, it's $2 out of $200 million as a budget. However, in our world, which is the political world, $2 may actually be more than worth the $200 million because of transparency and stuff like that. So what this means then is, in instances where that meeting has not been communicated to the rest of council, we have a process to follow.
So that lunch meeting needs to be communicated to the balance of council. Otherwise, it will be denied.
Correct.
Thank you. And then it's approved by the acting mayor.
So
if I'm following the process through to completion.
That's fine. So you start off by, this is not, I'm seeking authorization. So you get authorization for the rest of council. The rest of council is not going to sit and go through everybody else's invoice or receipt. So for efficiency, what we've tried to do is to say the acting mayor will then look at the proof of expenditure for everybody else when they are acting. And then they can say, oh, here is $20, and this was pre-authorized or approved. This is good to be paid. So that goes through. And then the mayor would intend to do the same for the acting mayor. So we have that separation of duties.
Thank you. The next question I've got is with respect to council members will work together, number 6, will work together as a cooperative and cohesive group to ensure the objectives stated above are achieved and maintained so as to create an effective, efficient, and positive approach to dealing with council matters. the Chief Administrative Officer, the residents of the city, directors and staff, and the public. Council has had an awful lot to say with respect to transparency and being a transparent government. Does that policy include private meetings? Private meetings amongst members of council and excluding other members of council?
I'm sorry, Your Worship, I don't understand what you're asking.
I have evidence of private meetings being held by 7 members of this council, and I can give you an example. On about February 25th, the day before we were going to go into a meeting with respect to the committee, with respect to the City Manager Selection Committee, 4 members of our council met at Ricky's Restaurant in the South End, just prior to a meeting. On February 29th, between 3 and 3:30, 7 councillors met in your office with yourself and moved forward the business of council. They did so privately without the knowledge of 2 other members of council. On March 17th, 7 councillors met at Councillor Kipp's house to discuss an email that was sent by Councillor Bestwick. This is an email that was being sent privately amongst private email addresses. And if council would like, for the benefit of the members of the public, I will read that email. Councillor Bestwick wrote...
Point of order. We are only a council when we were at a meeting. My council duties under Section 114, if you're pumping out these things, you know, we only have powers of council under Section 114, nothing else. And 115, 116, and 117.
Councillor Kipp, Councillor Kipp, I did not interrupt you when you were speaking.
Well, I'm calling a point of order.
Councillor Kipp, I did not interrupt you while you were speaking.
Is council officially a council when it is in a meeting or any time of its life?
I can answer the legal advice that you guys have received on this. It's not the first time you guys have raised whether or not you guys are allowed to assemble in crowds of 5 or more. We have legal advice on it, and it's well covered in the media. If you're meeting to advance the business of council as set out in these are examples. So, for example, you have the agenda and you're deciding what you're going to do with the agenda and you're polling and looking at what the vote count will be. That clearly would fall within, if there's 5 or more of you doing that. If you're assembling in other circumstances to discuss other things, it does not necessarily constitute council assembling for the advancement of business. I'm going to let each of council respond to the allegations you're putting out there, but I'll just draw your attention to the one allegation that you've made that 7 members of council met with me as CAO privately in my office to advance the business of council. That is categorically incorrect, and I just putting you on notice that that is yet another defamatory and slanderous comment that you're uttering on the public record against the CAO. So I would suggest that you take that off that record immediately before you proceed with any other type of conversation.
Quite the contrary, Ms. Samra. I'm not suggesting that it's not intended to be defamatory towards you. This is with respect, sir.
Sir.
This is with respect to the conduct of council.
Sir,
we adjourned an in-camera meeting.
Your Worship, you have made an incorrect comment on live television that council members were meeting privately in my office to advance the business of council. That is categorically untrue.
Well,
by
perhaps
making
we could
that
have
reference,
independent, as somebody suggested, independent investigation as to whether or not that was true. So the next item is with respect to a meeting that was held on the 17th of March. And this was in response to an email that was sent via private email to 6 other members of council, where it states, "Hey everyone," this is by Councillor Bestwick, by the way, Since we delivered the letter of resignation to the mayor on Tuesday, March 8th at approximately 9:40 a.m., 1, we have not received a reply from the mayor. 2, the mayor has launched a WCB harassment claim against our city manager. 3, the mayor continues to neglect his duty to communicate with council. 4, the mayor continues to neglect his responsibility to work with our city manager. I suggest the following. A, the 7 of us remain committed to the letter as delivered. B, the 7 of us meet soon to discuss next steps. I reiterate my position. 1, I will not capitulate from the letter delivered. 2, I remain committed to insisting the mayor resign for the reasons as presented in the letter. 3, I'm willing to negotiate a settlement with the mayor to resign, i.e. severance. It's clear that we don't have an understanding of the employment relationship. And 4, I am willing and prepared to go public with a prepared statement at a press conference at City Hall outlining our position. All 7 of us need to be committed and present. Otherwise, if we do not proceed, follow up, what is our next step? Status quo? These are only my thoughts, and this is my position. Doesn't mean it's the only one, or that your positions aren't better, etc. These are just mine. We can actually do whatever we want with a 7-2 position. Clearly, the mayor is not interested in working with us, and that is fine with me. I strongly suggest we decide on a next step soon. Council, it must be known that this type of communication and communicating by independent private emails and holding private meetings without public notice and without the balance of council being aware of it is illegal. It is illegal. It is illegal. It is illegal. Sir.
By previous staff, it's illegal. There's no precedent. There's no court case, nothing. It's a presumption.
There is plenty of precedence. So I need to ask council to cease and desist private meetings, private correspondence, and to start showing the.
The second you cease and desist on Mrs. Brennan's letter as conflict of counsel, where you went to her lawyer behind council's back to sign a letter against the council.
We do have a speakers list, Councillor. We do have a speakers list. The next one is Councillor Brennan.
Your Worship, I'm aware that this meeting has moved into areas that are not on the agenda, and there are people waiting to do their business. We've invited them to come here. We've given them an agenda. We've told them what we want to do. Some of them are interested in presenting stuff to us, I'm assuming around secondary suites or whatever. I would encourage us to put this issue aside or vote on the exemption of the pay increase and move on, so that the citizens of Nanaimo who came here to help to do their business with us have an opportunity to do that. And if we want to have this kind of meeting, we can have it, and it can be public. I'm not saying otherwise, but it just shouldn't be at a time when other citizens have come to transact business with us. It's very late. They've been very patient, but I can see when you have a child who looks to be about 6 or so, this is late.
Thank you. So, you would like to defer this to the.
Okay, I think we should vote, but we should vote, right?
Do we have a seconder for the deferral?
It's already on the floor, Your Worship. Sorry, are you deferring, or are you talking about?
The motion is there to
the
accept the governance and the finance with
we
the
have one
exclusion
motion
of.
on right now, which is the finance one.
The council remove item 3.2 from the council policy and confirm and ratify as amended.
Okay, thank you.
I think we should vote on that, Your Worship.
Call the question then.
All those in favor?
Call the question.
Yes.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
We require a second motion for the governance protocol.
And I would move that we affirm, ratify and affirm the governance policy.
Second. and seconded by Councillor Bestwick. All those in favour?
Yeah, I guess point of order. I think His Worship questions were actually to this policy, not the other one. And while I can appreciate Councillor Brennan wishes to move on with the agenda, this is something that is on the agenda. The box has been open, and I think issues need to be addressed and discussed.
Is it possible in this council's mind that we do the other business of the city for the people that have been waiting and then come back to this if you so choose, or move it to another day?
So you would suggest then to move it past item 12?
I would suggest that we table it for the time and
Okay.
that make a decision later about whether you want to bring it back tonight or not. But I think we need to get on with the business of the city.
And I'm respectfully requesting that I have a governance policy that's ratified and reaffirmed.
Okay, on the motion to table to later in the evening.
You need a mover and then a seconder to table, Your Worship.
Pardon me?
If that's going to be a motion, we need a mover and a seconder to
Right.
table.
So, Councillor,
Has the motion to accept the governance been moved and seconded? I believe it has. And then it sounds like Councillor Fuller wishes to speak to it. So why wouldn't we let Councillor Fuller speak to it? And then perhaps we can vote on it.
Who's chairing this meeting? Really? Who's chairing the meeting?
Councillor Brennan would like to actually table this till later on in the meeting.
No, I would prefer actually at this point, vote on this.
Okay,
Vote on it and then move on.
so call the question then.
Well, he wants to speak.
Okay, so we've got 3 speakers, beside yourself and 2 others. Okay,
I hugely apologize to those people. Thanks for turning me on.
I didn't turn you on.
Well, do that.
I didn't. You have 2 speakers before you, sir. Okay, carry on. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Well, I'll address that February 25th date. That was the date that we got together to organize a fundraiser for Doug White and his family. Councillor Bestwick came in with a BC Lions football helmet. We discussed what we were going to do, how we were going to get money to support a good cause, what we needed to do to make the event successful. February 25th, South End White Spot for lunch. Paid my own bill. Ricky's, paid my own bill, didn't charge it to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
There was 4 of us. That didn't make a quorum.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you for reading out my email so I didn't have to. On the date in question, when the 4 of us, as Councillor Hong states, whatever the date was, February 25th, some of us community-minded individuals that have found themselves for a lifetime in the city, born and raised and raising money and volunteering themselves and their resources to do these things for this community for a lifetime. Many of us 3rd or 4th generational, and we meet at Ricky's restaurant to have lunch and exchange the items that we have for silent auction opportunities to raise money for Doug White's event. And you want to take me to task for that? Thank you for bringing this up for the community, and I certainly hope Tamara is typing away diligently on what some of us do in this community to raise money for people when they need it. And we call out favors. For the suggestion, when I read last week righteous indignation, oh my God. Here is myself as a person that has said countless times in public, do not air your laundry and criticize and defame and discredit the will of council. The will of council. Be it 5-4, be it 6-3, be it 7-2, when you were a 3 amigo. So here we go down to the colliery dam issue with the ADM, and you didn't want to be there. You didn't want to support the will of council. You had no interest and desire in trying to bring closure or bring a sense of mitigation to what we were being demanded to do. And you went in there and you went in pointing and screaming at the ADM with us present, unbeknownst to us, and embarrassed this city and embarrassed every person in that room. Embarrassed. When you wish to speak about nitpicking and double standards in the newspaper, oh my God. I'm not on social media, so take me off that list. Never have been. I don't even follow your Facebook page. So if you want, Mr. Mayor, to take that letter and take me to task, I will not retract one single comment that I made in that email. Not one. And I hope that you bring that back to me with the aid of a lawyer to tell me that I should be retracting any of it. And I look forward to that opportunity to have that exchange with you, if you will attend. Your failure to attend meetings, your failure to communicate with this council, your failure to lead as per your charter stuff is why we have a new governance policy. The people out here are missing the point. The $25 a week that councillors are going to get is because, and we don't get mileage, by the way, Mr. Jones, wherever he is. We don't get paid mileage for every time we have to come down to City Hall to attend another meeting. Part-time, I guess that's a 35-hour week, is full-time, so a part-time job would be 17 and a half hours. And I can guarantee and assure every person that's watching and every person that's in this audience that I don't put in 17 and a half hours a week. Because every time that you call me takes a half an hour, and every time that I come and meet you takes an hour. Beyond what we're doing. And there's 6 other people that are participants in... 7 different people come from 7 different walks of life that have 7 different bodies of influence, that have 7 different areas of friendships and relationships and interest groups. And for 7 adults to try to keep things behind closed doors, not run around town, not trying to make statements about being victims, but trying to solve a very serious, big problem, you don't do that in public. You have to do certain things in private. And if you have an objection to that, then take it up with the 7 of us whenever you would like. You've been extended that olive branch. You've been extended that offer. You've been extended that opportunity. We would love to come and sit down with you, but you don't communicate with us.
I wasn't invited to either one of those meetings.
You've been approached by individual members of the 7 to try to work things out. You've been asked to work with our city manager. We've had to vote. We've had to vote unanimously for you to work with our city manager. What other city has to do that? When you sit there in a meeting, and I'll probably get into trouble here right now, and somebody can tell me to shut up. When you demand that we fire somebody, when you demand that you give her 1 month severance, when you demand if you don't, I'll dissolve this council and I'm leaving. Unbelievable, Mr. Mayor.
Now you have divulged in-camera information, Councillor.
No, it's released now.
I apologize for it. I apologize. Apparently it's okay if we apologize when we divulge in-camera information. The precedent's been set. And it's already been released anyways. If you want to meet with the 7 of us to try to resolve any of your issues, then meet with the 7 of us. That extension and invitation's always been there. You've chosen not to.
I was invited to neither one of those meetings,
I'm
Councillor.
not talking about either one of those meetings. And there wasn't.
Those are meetings that are moving the business of this council forward if you're not discussing what the next steps are with respect to our demand for the mayor's resignation is not moving forward, I don't know what it is.
It's actually moving
Councillor
backwards.
Fuller. Councillor Fuller. Councillor Fuller.
I concur with Councillor Kipp. 7 members through email asking you to resign is actually moving backwards, not moving council forwards. You know, we would be moving back to November of 2014 with no election of a mayor. Nowhere in Section 116 of the Charter, responsibilities of the mayor, does it say the mayor is an omnipotent being who is allowed to go out and do whatever the heck he wants to do without representing the will of council. I can't find, for the life of me in this whole Section 116, I cannot find the part that you mentioned where it gives you the right to go out and make decisions without council. Yeah.
Such as the integrity group?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Great, thank you.
Such as the integrity group. If you've got some more examples, then feel free to give them to me.
Integrity Commissioner?
Oh, yeah, the integrity commissioner. But then that's, we already determined that there's a lack of integrity in integrity. I appreciate the fact that people have come here and there are people here waiting to do other items on the agenda. This is part of the governance of the city of Nanaimo. This should have happened months ago. Pretty much all we can do through the community charter is censure someone. And if you've watched the performance tonight, you realize how much a censure would mean in this case. We have tried to get together. We have offered the olive branch per se. We have made motions that the mayor respect and work with the city manager, and he's continually chosen not to. We've done all of that. The governance policy, unfortunately, was put together in part to rectify some of the crap that our mayor is doing right now. I'm being nice when I say crap. We shouldn't have to babysit the mayor of any city, but we are finding that in our realm of duties as city councillors. And if that ain't worth $24 a week, I don't know what is. But I'm still willing to debate that.
So, with respect to the integrity group contract, I turn your attention to our respectful workplace policy, where it says under this policy, the individual or individuals designated to manage formal complaints are, and it lists depending upon your department within the organization. But it goes on, item number 3, it says, the mayor for all complaints involving the city manager. When the city manager complained to us that he felt he was being bullied and harassed and that there was extending to staff, it goes on to say under step 4, an investigation of a formal complaint will be conducted promptly. It then also goes on to say, if the investigation proceeds, the individuals designated to manage the complaint will conduct the investigation personally or may appoint an external investigator to investigate the allegations made. That's exactly what was done.
Point of order, but you didn't follow any process. In fact, WorkSafe BC has a process where you name a complainant and a respondent, and neither of yours have done that. They were all like witnesses for old employees. So I love that you're quoting a policy, but you're not doing it ethically. You're not applying an ethical management
Councillor
process.
Kipp, the work of the integrity group was done to prevent a formal investigation. It was later that the work was done.
I have all of the integrity commission right here in front of me. Would you like me to read what they said
It was
it is?
later.
Would you like me to read what the integrity commission said?
No, sir. No, sir, I would not.
Let's get the opinion on Facebook because I can assure you a I'll probably make 9 of
Councillor, there's a speaking order, please. All right, next item. Next is Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. I'm not sure on the dates to refer to those meetings. The 7, we all went in Tracy's office at various times after she left, actually an in-camera meeting, crying from some of your actions. I'll leave it at that. I won't get into the in-camera conversation, but that's why we went at different times. There was no city agenda. Am I right? Was that the same time when you're up there? Said you were left room crying because of the treatment you received, and then we came out sporadically at different times. We weren't moving city business. It's called human nature to go make sure somebody's okay when they leave a room crying. If anyone in the rest left this room, I'd be concerned. So secondly, I'm really insulted. I'm going to expect an apology to my brother Doug. You're calling out 4 individuals that got together, what Jerry was just saying, to raise goddamn money for my nephew battling leukemia. My 4-year-old nephew's battling leukemia, fighting chemo every week. And you're calling them out for raising money? And he volunteered his place?
He's having us followed. He's having us followed.
My God, my precious little nephew's battling chemo every Friday. It's an expensive process and whatnot. That's not the point. The point is these guys are raising money. So they're bad folks for raising money for my nephew. You better give a goddamn apology to my brother Doug and his family for that, calling out people for raising money. 4-year-old. 4 years old, Bill. Get some class. Sure, you may not like some of us, but don't to go digging around looking at stuff. Disgusting.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kipp.
I don't know
Order.
where to go. To respond to your questions about a group of 7 meeting, I mean, we've been threatened for decades, for almost 10 years by previous administration. Although we were all allowed to get together on a Monday morning for an information session and ask questions and all meet together, or we could go have a lunch and dinner together and have some wine and build relationships, that was okay for staff. But if staff wasn't there and 7 of us or 8 of us met, like when Mr. Barry freaked because we met up at the Longwood one day with no staff and he freaked out, that's illegal. We were having a damn dinner trying to build a relationship. And since you've been elected, you've supported that type of dominance, bureaucratic dominance, governance over democracy. February 23rd when this started, or actually the 20th, when you canceled meetings of council, I have canceled all meetings of council, facilitate a special strategic session of council. Then the agenda goes, council strategic direction. No, Mr. Swaby, Mrs. Hartley, you chastised me that day because I interfered with staff. I was worried about our water system and a cross-contamination at Oak Tree. And I waited 6 years with Mr. Cake coming forward to staff. So finally, Mr. Swaby admitted in July, the year before that they were going to fix this. Jim, it was wrong and it needs to be fixed. So I waited till almost February. And I went to Murray Sexton from VIHA and said, this is not our standard. This is not BC Waterwork. I went in and worried about our water system as an individual councillor who has held water in such a high esteem with water, food, shelter, and special needs and emergency management. And you condemn me. So they went and spent money with a sole source contract to fix Oak Tree Manor. It took Mr. Sexton 3 weeks, going back to our staff during that 3 weeks to figure out how they're going to respond to Councillor Kipp. Comes back to some bullshit letter of 2 pages quoting all this stuff. And then you wave in front of me. You have the audacity to say I'm interfering with staff after 6 years, after months of them admitting it was to be fixed, and by finally going to the authority, VIHA, you wave some papers in my face going, Councillor Kipp, staff can't do their job. Well, they're not doing it for 6 years, and you certainly ain't helping. So when you sit here and try and condemn me in the paper and publicly, when you hire lawyers to go after me to get payouts for Mr. Barry or whoever else that couldn't manage it themselves when they were here when I was asking tough questions, you have destroyed anything we've tried to do as a group, and you continue to do it. I mean, how many lawyers have you gone to that we've asked for opinions now? I mean, there is from January 8th, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pages of contact with Integrity, starting in January. She didn't even write this phony proposal until she puts on the second day. This one doesn't have a date, and this one that we actually got and asked later has a date on it. It's been rewritten. So you're perpetrating some unbelievable, like your day-to-day work. You're telling me you're out cutting $1 million deals on day-to-day that we don't know about. You're out offering other things when we have MOUs in place. You and Councillor Brennan attacked our process for hiring the interim. I have gone through Mr. Barry leaving, Mr. Kenny leaving, Mr. Swaby leaving, out at the RDN people leaving. And the first time I ever saw a resume was the interim hire that you two questioned and tried to sue her. You tried to sue her. You wanted her fired. Well, put your letter out in the public then. Let the public see your 8 pages. So what I'm saying on this
Councillor Kipp's got the floor.
We are talking about the governance protocol.
It's
policy.
governance.
So,
You going to a lawyer to say that you're in a conflict of interest with me and council is a governance issue.
No.
Oh, no?
No.
You're wrong. Sorry.
Maybe.
Yeah,
But,
maybe. I've got the floor. Are you calling
tonight
point
we're
of order?
looking at this governance.
Are you calling a point of order?
I am calling a point of order.
Then rule on it, please, Mr. Mayor. Rule on our point of order. That's what your job is.
My point of order is that we had varied very far from the content of this governance protocol policy that we're being asked to adopt.
Exposing a lot of stuff is what we're doing.
Okay. So we've got a motion on the floor. Call the question. All those in favor of the motion on the floor?
Which is
Mr. Jackson.
That council confirm and ratify the governance protocol policy.
Yep. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Request to speak?
Ms. Samra.
Just as your sole employee in the subject matter of Councillor Brennan's letters to yourself, Mayor McKay, and her reporting that those letters have been given to the media, I'm just putting down a marker that the content of those letters are highly defamatory to me, quite destructive, and I urge you to take steps to do something about that.
I'm not aware of what you're referring to.
okay.
Are you suggesting that those letters have been published?
Your Worship, did you not read the email from Councillor Brennan last week about her interview with Tamara?
About her?
Interview with Tamara?
Yes? And so you would like?
Well, Your Worship, I think you wrote a letter back to RLR and are on record saying that those allegations are unfounded and that the facts contained within those letters are incorrect, and the city had taken that action, but I'm just putting it back out there that Councillor Brennan's letters and legal action remain in play and that she's being interviewed about them, and those letters are about me, your CAO, and because it's raised tonight, I'm simply putting that down. I've been forced to actually have to speak up on more than one occasion about what's happening to me. And since this is being broadcast live, I'm not prepared to walk away and take the higher road yet again on what is being done to my reputation and my career prospects in the province of British Columbia. They've been profoundly impacted by the conduct of yourself and Councillor Brennan. I appreciate what Council has done to rectify that, but nevertheless, I remain in the crossfires of what's going on here. And as your employee, because this is being discussed in an open meeting, I'm putting down that marker to you, Your Worship, and to Council.
Thank you. Take that under advisement. Thank you. Next item, corporate services. Development permit DP 977 at 1847 Dufferin Crescent. The purpose is to present council with a development permit application for a commercial development comprised of 2 buildings at 1847 Dufferin Crescent. There's a staff recommendation on page 27.
I move staff recommendation.
Move the recommendation.
Second.
Second the motion. Moved and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Bylaw contravention notice at 3225 Emerald Drive. The purpose is to obtain council authorization to proceed with the registration of bylaw contravention notice on the property title of 3225 Emerald Drive. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the item at 3225 Emerald Drive? Anyone wishing to speak to 3225 Emerald Drive for the third time? Anyone wishing to speak to 3225 Emerald Drive? Seeing none?
Move staff recommendation.
Move staff recommendation on page 41. Thank you. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Bylaw contravention notices, secondary suites. The purpose is to obtain council authorization to proceed with the registration of a bylaw contravention notice on the property title of the properties listed within this report. And it's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to bylaw contravention notices on secondary suites on the following addresses: 165 Bird Sanctuary Drive, 323 Black Diamond Drive, 374 Black Diamond Drive. Sir.
Yes.
Just have your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Scott Leaf. I'm owner of 374 Black Diamond Drive. I have property since 2004, and upon purchase of the property, we purchased the home with a tenant in the suite. Since that time, we have been paying dual user rates, and I guess we were under the assumption that for 12 years that we were compliant and legitimate. We have quiet tenants, quite often university students, with our own private parking. I think that we're good neighbors on our street. In January, we were contacted by the city notifying us that they'd like to have a inspection of our suite. And on the inspection, it was brought to our attention that we weren't in compliance with current city bylaws. That being said, upon further review of the necessary renovations in order to make it compliant, we're looking at a bill of approximately $10,000. There is an option to remove the suite, and that cost, combined with the loss of revenue, is equal to that amount. We have a young student in our suite finishing their degree. We've made them aware of the situation. They're uncomfortable with it. I'm uncomfortable with it. I feel as though this caught us by complete surprise. We've lived at the residence for 12 years. We thought as though we were being transparent and compliant. We made every effort to make sure that our suite is clean and safe. I am aware of the necessity for safety, though, and certain renovations. But under the circumstances right now, we're just finding that the need to make a decision in this narrow period is quite worrisome, actually. So, those are my concerns.
Thank you. I wonder if Mr. Lindsay can help us out here, understanding the difference between what's happening with this one, which is an illegal secondary suite, and the other two, which are authorized secondary suites.
Thank you, Your Worship. Really, the difference between authorized and illegal for the purposes of this report is to identify those individuals who have moved forward with a building permit application and have clearly stated their intent is to authorize the unit. So again, if a suite has existed prior to when suites were legalized in the community in 2004, there is an opportunity to authorize them. So items 1 and 4 in this report, those owners have taken the steps. The inspection has been completed, as with all of these properties, but they've taken the steps to actually submit a building permit and do those life safety upgrades. At this point, items 2 and 3, including the one the speaker's referring to, have not taken the step of submitting the building permit application. So for this report, they're identified as remaining illegal at this time.
Okay, so now, with respect to your suite, sir, you kind of got caught into a trap because I don't think the suites were legalized until 2005. Am I correct, Mr. Lindsay? And that's when this process started to unfold on how to provide authorized suites.
That is correct, Your Worship. I would note that prior to that date, the council of the day did have a policy, though, about collecting user rates on known suites at the time that predated that by a number of years.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the delegation? Councillor Fuller? For the delegation and Councillor Hall? Go ahead.
What were the renovations they asked you to do that would cost $10,000?
Make it legal. We have to supply a separate heating system. We have to supply a bedroom exit window, which I can appreciate, although the nature of this design is that the bedroom is at the back end of the suite, so there would be an excavation and cutting into concrete. I think we have to supply further drywall, separate smoke alarms, fireproof door. That's just off the top of my head. I think there's also a clause in there that says upon inspection there could be further requirements necessary. Also, it's rather intimidating to look at that cost right now. And again, this took us by complete surprise. We honestly felt that we were legitimate. I guess a bit naive on my part upon purchase of the home, with a tenant already living in there. But as I said, when I looked a little further at the removal requirements of the suite, it's essentially removing the kitchen, plumbing, electrical, cutting back into the panel, and I pride myself in being kind of handy with a hammer and saw, but some of these things are beyond the scope, so we're faced with finding contractors and such.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that, we can't just trust you to not take in tenants into a suite, you probably paid close to $10,000 in extra fees over the 13 years you've owned that property. I'm not sure. I believe this part of the process, if I'm not mistaken, is only the Section 57, which goes on the title, which would, in effect, if you decide to sell the property, let anybody who buys it know that the suite that was put in wasn't done with proper permits or was done prior to the legalization of secondary suites in 2005. Prior to that, secondary suites did not exist in this community because they weren't legal. I hate this whole process. You've got two properties here that are authorized because they've been issued a development permit. How long do development permits last before they have to start the work?
Sorry, Your Worship, if I said development permit, I misspoke.
Sorry, building permits.
So building permits are good for 1 year, but there needs to be a call for inspection within the first 6 months.
And if that person, because I've seen these come up where the permit was issued 2 years ago, and they're finally coming up again and going through the same process. So, The difference is you don't have that permit. Whether these two people will follow through or not, I mean, they may just continue to collect their rents for the next 2 years, who knows. I really think we need to revisit this whole thing. Section 57 meets our legal obligations so that we can't be sued as a city. Is that not right, Mr. Lindsay?
Your Worship, through Councillor Fuller, I think I've said numerous times it really does two things. It identifies, I think somebody raised here earlier tonight, it brings it to the attention of a potential purchaser that there may be construction done without inspection. But secondly, yes, reduces the liability to the city.
And so again, I ask, if this reduces the liability to the city, why are we going in and doing anything else and forcing them to do it? It's his responsibility to make that place safe. It's not my responsibility that he makes it safe, that him or the families make it safe. Our responsibility is we put on the Section 57, and that notifies people. You've said it a number of times. So why are we asking them to fix them?
So, Your Worship, I would have to go back to 2005 and say that the council of the day directed staff that they're prepared to allow the existing suites that were in the community already to remain, but there was going to be, the direction at that time was to make sure that we address life safety issues. So many of the topics that I've heard the speaker identify this evening are typical sort of life safety issues that we would encounter upon the investigation of suites, or that we have encountered upon the investigation of suites in the community in the past decade.
So a quick question for the speaker. Is there only one way that person can get out if there's a fire in that unit, or can they get out through windows? There's two ways they can get out.
The window's not big enough.
Yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't know what to tell you. You're going to end up getting a Section 57 on title. That much I can pretty much tell you. I can't see any way of us not doing that, because that does meet our obligations. As for the rest of it, I really want to revisit the secondary suites bylaw. I seriously want to revisit this whole thing, because I think you've got a student that you may have to evict. And then that student ends up having to go and find something that may not even be affordable and throw more money into it. So for me, I think that we've made the process so onerous. The idea was to make these secondary suites an affordable rental option, and we're rapidly making them non-affordable rental options.
If I may, so as I've been reflecting on our options here, and feeling as though there's a bit of a gun to our head to make this decision and come up with a means to satisfy the safety requirements to the tune of approximately $10,000, I couldn't help but think that had I not been paying the user rate when we purchased the home, probably we wouldn't have even been on the radar. For 12 years, we've been feeling as though we were compliant and being honest in doing that. And ultimately, I'm an advocate for life-saving features as well. I don't want to put anyone at harm or risk within our house, my family, or otherwise. But I guess what I would be asking is just a little bit of grace to try and come up with a financial plan here to help me deal with this. Some more time. Some checkpoints along the way, something like that. I submitted 2 emails to city officials requesting dialogue prior to this looming deadline of, I think it was March 3rd or something like that, where this whole sort of process was going to be set in motion, and I didn't receive any response. I wanted to come across as being open to dialogue about this. So.
Any further?
Yeah, I really like I say, the Section 57 doesn't stop you from trying to figure out how to come up with money to rectify it. It's you're not like, I don't know how quickly they're going to force you to do these. That's not on the agenda tonight. It's simply a Section 57. How long does it usually, what's a typical time lag for these suites coming back where you say they must do the safety issues or tear them out?
Your Worship, there is no specific number, and staff very much try to work with the applicant when the applicants are willing to do the improvements to identify a schedule that meets their needs for tenants or other reasons. So as long as we feel the file is moving forward, we're willing to work with it. If at some point we have no response and the upgrades are simply not proceeding, would then likely return to council for a remedial action order for council's direction to direct the suite to be removed.
So the Section 57 likely will go on, but staff will more than likely now be contacting you to try and work towards how you can rectify this and so on and so forth. And then you could apply to have the Section 57 removed from the title. It's unfortunate. And, who knows, on the upside, maybe talk to a mortgage, not a mortgage broker, but your realtor or someone and say, hey, how much is the value of my property going to increase with a legal secondary suite in it? And then you can raise the rent. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that.
I appreciate the time. I'm not going to take up any more time. I know that there were some circumstances and dialogue that was going on here earlier tonight. It's challenging to sit and see if I may, a certain level of dysfunction take place. And when honest homeowners, taxpayers come forth with these concerns, it might be passed off as Section 57, but you know what? It's going to impact my family and other people as well. And I really hope that there may be some sort of recourse or some sort of further dialogue that might be possible here to alleviate this pressure.
Don't go away, sir. You've got a couple more people that want to ask a question. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Before I address you, sir, I just wanted to actually address council that I met with Dale today as my portfolio, and we actually discussed Section 57s. So I think this portfolio system is going to be great, and I can't wait till you guys get a chance to meet with Dale as we rotate in 3 months' time. But from what I understand with Section 57, I understand your situation, sir, but as a homeowner like all of us, we have to plan for leaky roofs and this and that and all these other problems. Simply doing the math, 13 years, if you get $500, that's over $70,000 roughly you've made from a tenant. With the investment that you're going to make, a $10,000 investment, if you get $500 rent, that's 20 months to pay for it, let alone adding to the value of your house. You've had 13 years of mortgage to get a secondary loan to do this, to bring it up to compliance. I don't think you're in a rush right now to say that do it tonight or do it next week, or we're going to bulldoze your house or make you tear it down. So you do have time. And like Dale says, staff brought this up prior to. So for homeowners to make decisions based on when staff come, we get the hardships that everybody goes through. You have to weigh your losses, whether you don't have a tenant or you do. Like Gord says, God forbid, don't increase the rent. But I think it's an economic decision that most homeowners do when they buy a house. They can only pay a certain amount for the mortgage, and they're going to offset it with the rental income that they're going to get. That's what I did, and I think most people do with secondary suites that have it. So the time that you're asking, what time are you asking? Like the time frame? We would love to help you, so help us. Tell us.
The bylaw inspector, the house inspector, the building inspector rather, he indicated what 90-day window on receipt of the building permit, and that was rather that's rather abrupt.
Okay, so then we clarify, and I'll try to get this right, and Dale can stop me, just so I can understand my portfolio system. You have 90 days to get a building permit. So that entitles you to hire somebody within 90 days to draw up the required plans to submit to the city that gives you a building permit. When you receive your building permit, you have 6 months to action item this start of the building permit. 3, Dale said 6. He's saying 3, he's saying 6.
No, sir, please.
Okay.
We'll leave it to our staff.
Yeah, so if that's the case, you're going to have that much time to action an item of coming up with ideas, because all we're asking here is you work with the city to get a building permit. You don't need to expend the $10,000 right now. The city wants to know what you're planning. So hiring a contractor to, Mr. Kip, for example, a draftsperson, to drop to draw up the drawings.
Kip actually did draw the drawings for this home.
So once you have a drawings for the plan. Yeah. So
Contacted you, sir. I know.
So I'm saying, so you have those options. So like this isn't a last resort where you don't have options. We're not asking for the $10,000 now. So how much time do you need? If it's 3 months, is that enough time to get a building permit, which is going to require you to get somebody to draw up the plans? And then you're going to have time to start an action item and work with the city, because once you have that, then we can move forward with this. I think the city wants to work with you. We just don't want to hit a roadblock. So,
I wonder if we can just get some clarification here.
Yeah.
At this point, there's just title going on. There's Section 57 notice on your title. Can we just get some clarification as to, from Mr. Lindsay, as to how long it will be before the client is going to be forced to make those repairs?
Your Worship, so going back to the typical process is the building inspector completes the inspection, which I understand in this case was in January. At that point, we'd produce a summary report identifying the improvements that needed to be done, and then we would typically say you have 90 days to submit a building permit application. So as Councillor Hong spoke to, once we have a building permit application submitted, we can then work with the applicant in terms of the timeline. Again, as long as we have partners that are willing to work with us to move these files forward, we're happy to work with those clients. If we get to a point where there's no response or there's no building permit being submitted and there's no intention of proceeding, we would then take that step of coming to council and seeking council's direction on potentially a remedial action order.
Okay, so if he was to get a building permit, he would have what period of time to complete the work?
Building permit is valid for 1 year.
Okay. So if he was to suggest that he was going to take 1 year to complete all that work, he would be well within our regulations. And we would consider that to be progress forward.
Absolutely, Your Worship, yes.
Thank you.
Great. Does that help you, sir?
Somewhat. I was hopeful that actually, given our circumstance with a student tenant, obviously they're out of the suite for a short period of time. I would like to have ideally 2 summers to complete that.
That's a little excessive for life safety, especially when there's no window in their bedroom, because that's, I think, majority of the fires we know occur at nighttime when people are sleeping. I think that's the biggest thing. I think if you start
Dialogue that I
yes.
would love to have with the city, and I would we could prioritize the list of needs. So at this point, should I be following up with anyone in particular? The building inspector?
Your Worship, absolutely. If the Speaker would like to make contact through the building department, I believe you'd have the contact information for the inspector who did the original inspection, provided you the report. I would suggest contacting him.
Thank you. There's a couple more questions for you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thanks, Chair. I think Councillor Hong addressed most of the comments that I was going to make. But thank you, sir, for coming this evening and for your patience. And I appreciate the fact that you are apparently an honest homeowner and want to do the right thing. But I hope you're hearing tonight that having this Section 57 is at this point just a red flag for everybody. And as long as the city and the staff feel that you are making an effort to move forward and rectify things within a time frame, then we'll be satisfied. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Holcomb.
Thank you for your presentation, sir. I sincerely hope you and staff can come to a reconciliation of some sort for your home. And do hear you, and I apologize for, as you said, I don't know the exact adjective you used, but nevertheless, I sincerely, and majority of us take your concerns very serious and don't take it very light at all. And it is the fabric of our city as citizens as such. So I apologize for what you had to witness, and I look forward to hopefully you and your staff and the staff and Jerry's committee can do some good work. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. Anyone else wishing to speak to 374 Black Diamond Drive? Anyone else wishing to speak to 374 Black Diamond Drive? Seeing none. Anyone wishing to speak to 6625 Groveland Drive? 6625 Groveland Drive. Seeing none. Can we have a mover for the recommendation, please? Moved by Councillor Hong. Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item. Travel Assistance Grant, Wellington Secondary School Band. And the purpose is to obtain council approval for a travel assistance grant to the Wellington Secondary School Band. Motion on page 46.
I would like to make that motion.
Move the recommendation. And seconded by Councillor Brennan. Thank you. Discussion. Councillor Brennan, do you wish to?
No.
Okay, thank you. No further discussion or no discussion. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, Section 74. 4800 Cedar Ridge Place, and the purpose is to obtain council authorization to enforce the provisions of the community charter related to the unsafe condition caused by the open excavation. It's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to property at 4800 Cedar Ridge Drive.
Good evening, council. My name is Tim McGrath, 431 3rd. I went by the 4800 Cedar Ridge Place with an associate of mine, Mr. Leon Cake. We inspected the property and we concur with the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak with respect to 4800 Cedar Ridge Place? Third and final time, anyone wishing to speak to 4800 Cedar Ridge Drive? Seeing none, can we move the recommendation? Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, 522 Hecate Street and 564 5th Street. The purpose is to obtain council authorization to declare 522 Hecate Street and 564 5th Street as nuisance properties. Is there anyone wishing to speak to the properties at 522 Hecate Street and 564 5th Street? Please come down. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Ashley Neal. I live at 505 Weeks Crescent. I'm here on behalf of the owner of 522 Hecate Street. I'm sorry, I'm just going to read what I have here. So I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address you on this situation. My client asks that you do not declare 522 Hecate Street as a nuisance property based for the following reasons. For years, Lisa Berry has provided at-risk and high-risk tenants with low incomes, safe and affordable rentals. In order to continue providing this service, costs of running the apartment cannot exceed their current status, or the owner will be forced to shut down and evict all current tenants based on the actions of one or two tenants and their associates. The problem tenants have been properly evicted through the proper channels of the RTB from the premises, or are in the middle of being evicted, because you have to have 30-day notices when it's something that's not directly related to not paying rent. They are now reported if they're on site to the landlord. Landlord comes, takes care of it right away before any kind of trouble can get started. To prevent future disturbances, tenants have been advised to bring any issues to the landlord first, so the landlord can assess if additional help is required. Screenings of future tenants already comply with rules and guidelines of the RTB. However, additional screenings and tenancies with amendments will increase on a case-by-case basis. We ask that you allow the owner time for these new policies to have an effect on the amount of nuisance calls, therefore saving the tenants who do obey and follow the rules from unnecessary changes and possible homelessness. 60 days would be sufficient for the current problems to be solved peacefully and for the new practices to be taken into effect. I thank you for your time and consideration on this matter.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kipp, questions for the delegation?
Does the landlord live on site, the owner of the building?
No, very close to it, within 5 minutes.
So you're saying that if somebody reports something, there's no one on site to manage?
No, there's a tenant on site who keeps an eye on everything and
That's
then
not a
reports
manager.
it directly to.
That's not a manager, so you don't have a building manager on site. How many suites is there?
There's 6.
Thank you.
How many? 6 suites? 6.
6.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions for you. Okay. Councillor Brennan?
Toby? Oh, your last name just went, but Seward. Mr. Seward, if we were to name this as a nuisance property tonight, what would be the immediate effect? Would we be waiting for another nuisance call? Can you talk about the process?
Your Worship, Councillor Brennan, in the circumstance where if it was declared tonight by Council, each subsequent call to the residents would be charged to the property owner. If we receive no more calls, of course, there'll be no more charges.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Just to follow up on Councillor Brennan's, Mr. Seward, do they ever come off? Like once it's a nuisance property, do we say that, hey, they have a good track record, let's kind of take them off the nuisance property list? Or how does that work exactly?
Certainly, if they have a period of time, usually 6 months to a year, in which there's no calls, then it would fall off that list. And just as the delegation said, is if the owners put practices in place to control that, then we've seen a number of these properties clear up to the point where, no, we're not returning again, and therefore we're not putting any charges on.
Okay, and then to follow up on that, like once it's declared a nuisance property, do they get a certain amount per year, like per term? Like everybody calls the police once in a while, I assume, but but I'm just saying if they said that they've changed, one call is going to ruin their entire year, then they have to do it for another year for a nuisance. Like, is there a buffer?
Again, there's no set policy in place in that respect, or the intent is to get voluntary compliance, and that's been successful in a number of cases. But if a site, and there certainly are sites out there that off and on tenants come and go, and there's situations where the emergency services are called, then it seems like a reoccurring situation. So yes, even one would generate it to stay on the list.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pratt.
Thank you. My question to staff is the presenter asked for 60 days grace. And so in that circumstance, what would happen if we were to grant that? Or could we grant that?
In the past, on unsightly premises or related subjects like that, delegations have asked for extensions, and council has, in a number of cases, approved that. In this case, you could do the same. It's unusual in this circumstance. Then we would start the clock ticking in 60 days. But what we would recommend is to go forward with the staff recommendation, and then they know the clock is ticking starting tomorrow, and therefore they'll be potentially be more diligent in getting the problems resolved now instead of in 60 days.
Thank you.
Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. And there would be some discretion, I'm assuming, about the type of call if emergency services was called, if an ambulance were called for a child who had broken his leg or something. That's not going to generate an expense. So there's
discretion for sure in those circumstances that you have to look at them and say, is it something that
is this
the
a nuisance
property owner
type
can
thing?
control?
Yeah.
In a case of a broken leg or something like that, of course not.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to speak to 564 5th Street?
Again, Council, my name is Tim McGrath, 431 3rd Street. I attended at 564 5th Street with my associate, Mr. Cake. You've probably seen the records for the number of calls at 564 5th. We sincerely urge you to list this as a nuisance property. Our resources are thin already, and this property is a huge drain on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to 522 Hecate Street or 564 5th Street? Councillor Fuller.
Just a quick question. What is the determinant? One had 8 calls to the RCMP, the other had 12. Why would you wait for 12 for one and only 8 for one? Is there a set number, and if there isn't, why isn't there?
Usually over 6 calls within a 3-month period is we would be going ahead with that. But again, as per some of the previous questions, it depends on the severity of the calls. If they're consistent use of a lot of staff time, then in those cases, it may come before council in an even earlier stage.
Okay, thanks.
And for the third and final time, is there anyone wishing to speak to either 522 Hecate Street or 564 5th Street? Oh, Councillor Brennan.
To move the staff recommendation that would declare each of the following properties a nuisance property pursuant to nuisance abatement and cost recovery bylaw 2003, number 5645, and authorize staff to record and charge for municipal services, including police, required to abate the nuisance.
Seconded by Councillor Fuller. Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, Property Maintenance Bylaw 1990, number 3704. It's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to property maintenance for the properties listed below. Is there anyone wishing to speak to 518 Duke Street?
Again, Tim McGrath at 431 3rd. These pictures that you have, I have more current ones. I would consider that property to be cleaned up. I attended with Mr. Cake. We took some pictures, and I have some here.
Sir, that's You've not signed up for a delegation on this matter.
I've attended those pictures are totally inaccurate. I would suggest to you that that property has been cleaned up to an acceptable standard. It's granted it's not Departure Bay Drive, but within the neighborhood, perfectly acceptable.
Thank you. Councillor Yoakum, I believe, has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Grath. I don't know how to go about this, Mr. Jackson, but I'd be very inclined to see the updated version pictures, because for the simple fact, we can make this individual's life maybe working hard. They deserve the credit where they got to today from what I'm hearing, and their life simpler, considering from hard work they put in. I have no problem seeing updated pictures. If it's not this week, next week. But you're right, you have them right there. I don't know how hard that would be. Anyways, thanks.
No, did the homework.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Does it really matter? Because if we tell them that they clean it up and our staff go there 2 weeks from now, it's clean, it kind of just disappears. Do we really care?
Okay.
If they're not here for an extension?
Good point. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next one. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to 518 Duke Street? Mr. Jackson, you seem to have a puzzled look on your face. Anyone else on 518 Duke Street? Okay, the next one is 91 Chapel Street.
Tim McGrath, 431 3rd. Again, went and did my homework. I looked at 91 Chapel Street. Half the problem that I believe is on the adjacent parking building. This is the building on Chapel that used to house the theater, and I believe the city went in and removed the theater when the roof fell in. Now they're complaining the city left the site in this condition, less the graffiti. You'll notice on here, part of that, if it's above the gray line, is the parking at 77 Chapel, not what's showing on the picture. So, again, if the city left the site in that condition initially, so that encouraging the tagging with an empty foundation, and then lo and behold, the taggers go in and tag it, I kind of question whether or not the owner should be being held responsible. The city left it in that shape.
In actual fact, the city tore the building down because it was a public safety hazard.
That's what I said. Yep.
And left a cement foundation there. That cement foundation is still owned by the property owner.
The city left it in that shape.
With a foundation. That's correct.
Lot with a foundation in it. Taggers are going to go in. That's just common sense. All you have to do is look at the way the graffiti works. So for the city now to turn around and say to the property owner, oh, well, now you got to go in and clean up the tagging, when the city is in part at cause for leaving it in that shape, maybe the city should have taken out the whole foundation in the first place.
The city's intent was simply to make that property safe, sir.
So instead of just making it safe, now you've also left it as an eyesore. So where does the city's responsibility end? I don't think it's the owner's responsibility for the tagging. Half the tagging that they're showing in your pictures is not even on the property.
So are you suggesting that, what are you suggesting then, sir?
I would suggest maybe the city should put together a work group, a work committee, volunteers. We'll go in and we'll paint it. We'll get some white paint. We'll go in, ask the owner if it's okay, and if the city took down the original building because of it, then so be it. We'll offer the help to the landlord or to the property owner, and then if that can't solve the problem, then maybe financial repercussions. But to do it at this point, I think you're jumping the gun.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller, question for the delegation?
Do I hear you volunteering to get a group of people together and go in and paint that and supply the paint and all that? We'd appreciate it.
A lot of municipalities have put together anti-graffiti groups, yeah.
Yeah, I think we even have some. I
Happy
think
to
we
help.
even have the stuff that you could borrow to do it. Pretty much guarantee you someone's going to go in there and re-graffiti it. But hey, if you want to go in and clean it up and save us, how much would it cost us to do it?
Well, again, exactly my point. When the city goes in and removes the building and leaves an empty foundation there, it's going to get tagged if they don't take some sort of extra caution.
Well, I don't think we can be responsible for every empty lot in the city. That the owners of the lots have to take responsibility at some point.
I agree, but when the city's the one who removed the structure, I think you're jumping the gun at this point because half the graffiti doesn't belong to that property.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Just to
Yes.
Just to be clear,
Thanks.
if the property owner wanted us to dig it all up, I think we would, but we ended up charging them. So I think they're looking for the most economical way that we do. We as a city don't take it all out, refill it, level it for them. If they want us to at our expense, I don't think we have a problem doing it. But usually they hate seeing the bill when we do give it to them. So we left it with them as a foundation that's clean, didn't have the graffiti when we left it. So I think it's up to them at their expense to continue it from there, because I think we gave them a clean foundation. And if they don't like the fence, it is private property, they should put a higher fence up to deter. Again, it's not our property, and you ask us to, get a work group to clean it up. It's still private property.
I'm not sure whether the fence around the building was put up by the city or by the landlord or by the property owner. Maybe Mr. Seward could tell us.
We put it up.
Certainly, a couple points. It's part of the reason the foundation is still in place is it provides stability for roads and the surrounding properties. So to take it out, there'd be an extensive amount of shoring. The city, as part of the demolition, did contract with a supplier to install the chain link fence around, as noted, as people do find ways through it or over it in that circumstance.
So if the city, Mr. Hong, is not putting in an adequate fencing and leaving the foundation exposed, they could have backfilled to get the stability. You don't have to necessarily remove the foundation. You can just backfill it.
At the cost of
Yes,
the property
it would be
owner.
at the cost. But what's happening is that you're doing a half-baked job at the beginning, and then you're inviting or leaving the site in a position of being graffiti prone.
I think our job is...
Fences aren't up high enough, the fact that it's an empty foundation, the fact that it's all exposed, and then you're going back to the landowner and saying, "Oh, now we're going to nickel and dime you instead because we didn't do it right the first time." That's what you're doing.
I think our main concern is safety, right? And that's it. We
An exposed foundation, if you want to consider safety, then it should have never have been left exposed. So what I'm saying is that it's nickel and diming. The first process was nickel and dimed, and now you're going back again. And in another 60 days, we're going to come back and say, well, they have that huge foundation sitting there, and it's filling up with water or whatever the case, and it has to be backfilled. And that's exactly what we did with Cedar just 5 minutes ago.
Not the owner of the property who is speaking against the action that the city's requesting. And so I think that we can move on.
No, it is not subject to the owner only, Ms. Brennan. It is subject to what the citizens of Nanaimo believe. And I live in the neighborhood.
I think we've had one citizen's opinion.
I
appreciate it.
Sir, we've heard what you've said. Thank you very much.
Her comment.
Sir, thank you.
Pick it up with me later.
Councillor Hong, do you have questions for the delegation?
No, I think that was it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next item. 51 Terminal Avenue, graffiti. Anyone wishing to speak to 51 Terminal Avenue?
Good evening, Council. My name is Tim McGrath. I live at 431 3rd. I attended the property on question, and the amount of graffiti is minimal. I do believe, though, that the graffiti that's showing in the picture there, that part is no longer there. There's a small little graffiti on the front window only. That's it. Again, staff is bringing you information that is inaccurate. And I have the pictures here if anybody wants to see them.
And again, if we attend that site tomorrow and find out that it is gone, then there's no more issue with this property.
Then we're here today wasting our time because the information being supplied is inaccurate.
When this report was provided to council, it was accurate, sir,
How do you know?
because that's what they're reporting to us.
How long was the report done? How long ago?
Sir, we can only go with the information our staff provides us.
That doesn't answer my question.
Doesn't need.
Next item.
Yeah. Windgrove.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Did you
So
want to come up
you're
for
gonna-
1400 Windgrove Street?
A graffiti this size on a front window?
Sir, did you want to come up for 1400 Windgrove Street? You might as well just stay there.
I'll be happy to do that because I went out and did my homework. Some of the council here is not pulling their weight. You should know that, Mr. Mayor, that did you go out and visit these properties? I doubt it. You're more worried?
I will agree that I did not, sir.
Topic. I'll stay on topic. So yes, that is accurate. What I would suggest is you also look at the property next door, because there's an underground oil tank, there's an exposed foundation, and there's garbage all over the site, including mattresses and blackberry bushes, and you're bringing this one to council, but the site directly beside it is 10 times worse. And that's not being done. So I got the pictures for that too, if you want to see them.
Councillor Fuller.
Have you informed bylaws about the property next to it?
No, I was just out there on Saturday.
Okay, because these things are initiated by complaints from citizens, so.
But when,
Get on
yes,
her
I
there, Tim.
understand that, it's as a result of citizens, but when your staff goes out and looks at that and doesn't look at I'd say they're not doing their job. There's an underground oil tank there and an open foundation, there's mattresses all over the place, you can see, well, no, you can't because he's cut off the corner of the fence. But at the corner of the fence, the blackberry bushes are growing over that fence.
That's why we need people to complain.
Ms. Sammer.
Worship, in the interest of time and the agenda items, I'll undertake to meet with Mr. McGrath to discuss his concerns and take a look at the photographs and take it all under advisement. I also see an opportunity with some of the other places for some of the initiatives with public art where we may be able to do murals and different types of things. So I would undertake to do that.
Thank you. Can I speak to 215 Nickel Street now? That's the only
You
one
forgot
we have
Cedar
a-
Ridge Drive. Cedar Ridge Place.
Well, Cedar Ridge Place we've already discussed in your previous
Someone bought the car.
application.
I designed that building.
But at 215 Nickel Street, that's the one where the gentleman came down and applied, the burnt-out house? No. The next picture with the red car? Cedar Ridge, is we've already talked about. 215 Nickel Street, this is the building where the roof is fallen in after a fire. And the gentleman appeared here before council and talked to council about 215 Nickel Street and that the house was under probate and gave a song and dance. Well, the rest of the building, as you can see there, perfect picture. Removing that car is not going to do the site a darn bit of good. Okay, really? The building has to be resolved. Leave the car, you know, to nitpick it apart is crazy.
Thank you, sir.
Gotta agree with you there.
Councillor Fuller, did you have a question for the?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there anyone else that wishes to speak to any of those addresses? Mr. Hong, Councillor Hong, can you take over, please?
Name and address for the record, sir.
Fred Taylor of 204 Emery Road. I think to speed up this process here that's before council, could we have pictures taken the morning of or the day of the council meeting showing the dates, where only half these pictures have shown dates of today's date and some no dates, which we don't know if they're one little pictures. Even this one has fencing on the fronting street with DBL demolition, whatever the name is. But I think we need to support staff by having pictures taken the day of the council meeting with dates on to give you the evidence. Like you see the very first pictures today, date what you want.
Thank you, sir. Questions? No. Great. We'll let staff know. Any further speakers with regards to 215 Nickel Street?
I'll move staff's recommendation that council pursuant to property maintenance bylaw 1990 3704 direct the owners of the following properties to remove the materials listed below for the premises within 14 days, or the work will be undertaken by the city or its agents at the owner's cost.
And do I have a seconder? Seconded by Council Brannan. No discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Bylaws? None. Correspondence? I think the mayor had something. No? Okay. Oh, sorry. Council appointments.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councillor Kipp. Councillor Bestwick. All those in favor? Motion passes. 13, notice of motion. None. 14 was other business. This was the mayor's caucus.
Council approval of mayor's caucus expenses. I don't have any more details.
I would recommend that you wait until you receive the information request that was sent out in the email earlier today, so that you have all the information in front of you.
Okay. Sounds good. Question period.
Question for information. In visiting 4800 Cedar Ridge Place and then looking on the internet, I find that this property is for sale currently. And this is the way it is. Ready to go, extraordinary 9.17 acre multi-family site consistent of zoning. And then the approved development permit is for a building plus 10 town homes. Permits and approvals are required. Looking at the timing, which seems to have been approved for a year. With the permit running out 2006. How long do these permits continue to affect? And did this original affect the zoning? I'm just trying to find out. I'm not complaining about this particular site. I'm wondering what the parameters are for rezonings and building permits of this type, and whether when we give them away, they last in perpetuity. I understood that this permit was dead a year after it started. Yet it appears here that it's being sold as if that's all still.
I could try to answer that for you. I think once we rezone something, the zoning stays. The building permit has 1 year. If that isn't acted upon or renewed, the building permit itself dissolves, but the zoning still exists. So if it's...
And that's what I'm trying to get at in terms of upgrading properties which never get with fruition, for which you gave them the permission of the city, from the city of Edmonton and its citizens, to greatly increase the value of these properties.
Yes.
And I think we should consider some kind of retention policy that says use it or lose it within some given space of time. And as I said, this claims that the permits and approvals are ready now, and that they're still in effect even though it's long, over a year.
Yeah, and I think that the permits, the old ones were there. All they have to do is to resubmit them with the drawings, and I don't think staff ever have a problem with reissuing the exact same thing, if I'm not mistaken. So they've actually applied for a permit. They've done the drawings. They let those relapse. Permits have expired. The next thing is they're selling those drawings. And if somebody...
Well, I can understand selling the drawings. That's the case. Selling the permit, that's another situation.
Yeah.
Anyway, I
Thank you.
think we're not extracting the kind of value we should out of decisions that are made by this council and those zoning and permits that seem to have never expired.
Thank you.
If I could get the dates on these decisions.
Great. We'll send that to staff. No.
Robert Fuller, 3350 Hammond Bay Road. I have a few questions in regards to council policies. The first one is pretty sort of simple. Is there any recourse to the taxpayer if a member of council, be that mayor or councillor, misses meetings they are required to attend for the purpose of city business other than for reasons of sickness for oneself or family? And if not, would it not be inherent upon council to make such a policy so that in such a way that the taxpayers and electors of this city receive top performance from those they have elected to represent us? So is there any recourse to the taxpayer if a member of council or the mayor just decides he doesn't want to go to a meeting? Can we not dock his pay? Actually, Mr. Mayor, you aren't attending meetings. You want to have your own legal counsel at these meetings. You are not fulfilling your job obligations to the electors of this city. Good night, Mrs. Brown.
Sir.
Yes.
The community charter deals with that.
And there's nothing, absolutely nothing. Maybe council as a whole could do something to rectify this, because I know in other jurisdictions there is recourse for members that do miss meetings.
Councillor Fuller.
Could you send us a list of those communities and how they managed to do that? Because, you know, I've looked through the community charter from top to bottom and haven't found any recourse for us on the meetings thing. You know, all we can do is censure them from even more meetings. But
well, that really does us wonders out here.
Doesn't it? I agree. But if you can send us a list of those communities, definitely look into it.
If I'm correct, one of them is, it's either Tofino or Ucluelet. But I will look that up and do your job for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. My next question on the same subject. I'm in awe that I had to go out this evening to console a member of my council who I've elected because he was in tears over something that was said in here. I'm in awe that the mayor would even consider the fact that members of council getting together to exchange thoughts, goods, ideas relating to Mr. White's son's illness as an illegal gathering just boggles the mind.
Do you have a question, sir?
Getting to it. I have to put up with your nonsense.
Sir,
You
this
can
is
put up-
question period.
Will the mayor now apologize to those members of council, Mr. White's family, and the citizens of Nanaimo for this breach in ethics and integrity, and formally tender his resignation? In this case specifically, you have sullied the role and reputation of the very office you hold. Will you resign and offer apologies to those members of council, and actually it should be to entire council, to Mr. White and his family? Will you?
I will not resign, sir.
Will you offer the apology?
To members of this council for holding private meetings?
To raise money for a member of this community whose child is very ill. Who do you got going out looking behind freaking bushes to spy on these people? What the freak is...
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
On Caledonia Avenue. I have a couple of questions about item 12 on tonight's agenda, council appointments. It was referring to the in-camera meeting held on the 21st of April, or of March, rather. Appointments for Nanaimo First Nations. A couple others to do with Nanaimo. So, I see various councillor names on there, and I'm wondering, wouldn't it be customary for, like, this looks important to me. Shouldn't the mayor be on these committees? And why isn't he if he isn't?
The mayor was on these committees, sir.
We're on these committees?
Correct.
Were you removed from the committees?
Apparently I was, sir.
Why were you removed from the committees?
I was, I cannot tell you that.
You can't tell me why you weren't removed from these very important committees?
I would suggest it was a form of censure, sir.
A form of censure, you would suggest that? Can anybody else on council tell me what happened there? Like, why was the mayor removed from this very important, to me it looks pretty important. Why was he removed from these committees?
Councillor Bessert.
Has council unanimously agreed that it was necessary and appropriate?
Be more specific, please.
No.
Why not?
I give you my answer. You don't have to accept it.
No, that's true. But I can ask another question.
Ms. Sammer.
Were they motions at all? Was there a motion made to remove the mayor from a committee?
Councillor Yoakum.
Thank you. Just before I get to you, Mr. Wager, the speaker before, Bill, can you please quit calling when those four guys, or girls, I don't know who was there, met to help fundraise for my brother Doug? It was not a meeting. So you said it twice now, and it's affected me. It was not a meeting. Those guys actually got together to raise money for my nephew. You said it twice now. You think you would include in the first time when I was really emotional. Obviously, in regards to your question, Apparently, I wasn't there, but we had to write a letter to Snuneymuxw because the mayor's conduct at one of their ceremonies, I was not there, was disrespectful. And the council in that room, correct me if I'm wrong, council, we got lots of stuff going on. I'm pretty emotional right now. But thought in that relationship was best fit to save the relationship going forward. As SFN and the city, we're working together and look forward to going together, and with also the NPA and the whole thing going on down there in the properties and overall just a relationship. So the conduct at the swearing-in ceremony was council believed it was best just to make a change for that relationship. I can touch on that one a little bit. I think I'm a little bit accurate on that one. Thank you.
At the swearing-in ceremony for the Snuneymuxw Council that took place recently, the mayor committed a breach of protocol, did he?
I wasn't there, I don't know.
I was there, but I mean, is that why he was removed from these committees, because of that breach of protocol?
We just selected new members for the committee because of some of the breaches of protocol. Called as a witness and left halfway through. It's a bit of an embarrassment to First Nation.
I have to agree. Mr. Mayor, I don't think you should be the mayor anymore. Are you sure you don't want to resign?
No, sir.
You know, really, I'm really upset that I voted for you. I really feel like you lied to me.
Thank you, sir.
You're a shameful man.
Thank you, sir.
You're a liar and
Thank
a
you, sir.
shameful man.
Thank you. Councillor Hong, did you have questions for the delegation?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Councillor Fuller, do you have questions for the delegation?
I just wanted to mention, as has been mentioned by a couple other councillors, it's just deemed to be in the best interest of the city and Snuneymuxw's working relationships that the membership of those committees change.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I have a question about the use of the 12 municipalities when it comes to mayor and council compensation survey results. Maybe I'm missing the boat, but maybe somebody can explain to me, if we go through this process every time there's a pay review, we take a look at this process, does that not automatically create a circular process where everybody's gets, the lowest ones get a pay increase, and that brings the average up? And the next time you look at it, the process comes up again and automatically the increase goes through, and then automatically the increase goes through, rather than looking at the cost of living or maybe another way of determining the payroll system. It is a situation where this is a perpetual pay increase, almost like the firefighters. It's a perpetual pay increase.
Sir, if I can get you to hold your thought for a moment. It's at now 11 o'clock. We have to have a motion to go beyond 11 o'clock. We have a motion from council to go beyond the 11 o'clock hour. Moved by Councillor Kipp and seconded by Councillor Hong. All those in favor? Opposed? Opposed by notice by Councillor Pratt. Motion carries.
So is there another way that we can come up with these payroll increases? Because this seems to be a perpetual spinning wheel, constantly going up, constantly going up. Whoever's lowest on the rung gets a raise, and then somebody else is the lowest on the rung, and you're constantly going up and up and up. So I'm just wondering if there's some other way. Has the city looked at other ways of providing compensation? Can we get something on the city website telling us how this is arrived at, or something along that line? Because to me, it's a perpetual wheel. You might as well put the hamster in on the wheel and just say, run. Every year it's going round and round and it's going up and up and up.
Councillor Fuller.
I couldn't agree with you more, but this would be a really good discussion for when we bring up the pay increase in a couple
Or
of weeks.
review pay increases.
Yeah, that'd be really good discussion. Well, when we bring up that part of the governance stuff or the protocol or whatever it's called there, then one of the things we did where we're going to bring that up again. So that would be a perfect time to talk about that.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you. I just wanted to emphasize that we don't get raises every year. This is done at the end of the term for the following term. It's set for 4 years. We're not going to get a pay raise. This $35,447 is we're going to get it for the next 4 years. If you're going to go by the cost of living, as you say, you have to index that. That, again, doesn't justify what Nanaimo's cost of living is. That's going to be this cost of living across the entire country. So you're going to go, again,
Well, when
the
you're
perpetual
comparing-
motion of raise after raise, so it's still going to go up. So the notion of council deciding that, hey, this is enough for us, we don't need to do this, next term, we can vote to say that this is it. The wheel that you talk about could stop anytime with council.
It hasn't for the last 20 years. That's why I'm asking.
Well, actually, the last time that they got a pay raise was when?
We took a 24% pay raise over 3 years.
Yes. Yeah, exactly what Councillor Kipper said. So there are times when council decides not to take a raise.
No,
So
agreed.
that's just to let you know, it's not a continuous wheel. It could be an oval, but there's breaks and stop signs. But I get what you're saying. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bestwick.
I don't know if we're going to get a pay raise in the next 2.5 years. That's how much I pay attention to it. But I can tell you what somebody said earlier, I think it was Mr. Jones, that in the last year of our term, we typically allocate. I can assure you that when I leave, I'll be recommending a significant pay increase for councillors. Significant.
And I'm not saying that you shouldn't. What I'm asking is the formula.
That's fine.
And that's
my comment.
okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Before we adjourn, I've got something I would like to say. And that is to address Councillor White. I notice he's in the gallery tonight. With respect to the breach of protocol, with respect to your inauguration, when I was in Nova Scotia attending to my very sick mother who almost passed away, I know fully how devastating that can be. And my heart goes out to you and your family for the illness of your son. I got a call from the chief, and he asked me if I would attend the inauguration ceremony. And he said to me, I want my friend to come to the ceremony. I said, Chief, I would be happy to come to the ceremony. It was scheduled for between 1:30 and 3 p.m. I had another meeting at 4 p.m. I do have other obligations to the community. So the meeting, actually, the inauguration ceremony didn't actually start until almost 2 o'clock. When you were speaking, you were the second to last speaker. I had been in that chair for almost 2 hours at that point. And to be absolutely honest with everybody, I was about to embarrass myself if I didn't go to the bathroom. So I got up, I sat down because I didn't want it to be received improperly and interpreted improperly. Once you completed speaking, I dashed off to the bathroom. When I came back, I noticed my watch that it was now 25 minutes to 4. My other commitment was at the other end of town. So I caught the chief's attention, and I mentioned to him, I motioned to him or mouthed to him that I had another appointment. I gotta go. And he gave me the hide sign and said, okay. I was hoping that my friend, the chief, would have communicated with me, and I've tried to communicate with them over the past few weeks with respect to this breach of protocol. I understand he's been ill as well, and he's not returned my messages. I was hoping that he would tell me that he'd been disrespected. I have to say I was very concerned when a member of council brought it forward by way of a social media post. I would very much have hoped that if there had been a serious breach of protocol, that it had been done face-to-face or by letter as opposed to social media. There was never any intention to disrespect. And when the chief motioned to me that he seemed okay with the fact that I had to go to another appointment, I didn't consider that there was any breach of protocol or disrespect towards Nanaimo. It was certainly not my intention. I apologize if that's the case. Again, my heart goes out to you and your wife and your family while you struggle with this terrible situation you have with your son. And I wish him Godspeed and a very speedy recovery. Thank you. Motion to adjourn?
I got a question for you.
Councillor Fuller.
Just out of curiosity, what was the meeting up at the north end that was so important you get to that you would breach protocol?
It was a regional district meeting.
Oh, jeez. And we don't like people arriving late for RDN meetings. Thanks. Thanks, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn? Motion moved, seconded by Councillor Pratt. By consent, we're adjourned.